Modern Language School, Islamabad, to conduct this auspicious English speech event 2023. It is the fifth co-curricular and STEM activities conducted by Federal Board Association. I'm highly honored to welcome our worthy chief guest, Director Research and Academic, Mr. Mirza Ali, accompanied with Deputy Secretary Research and Academic, Mr. Nazir Hussain, Deputy Secretary, Mr. Zulfikar Ali Shah, and Deputy Secretary, Mrs. Shabana Arif. Let's start our day with the name of Allah. In this regard, I would like to call Abdul Rafi from Askaria College for Qiraat and Tilawat.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الله لا يخفى عليه شيء في الأرض ولا في السماء. هو الذي يصوركم في الأرحام كيف يشاء. لا إله إلا هو. هو الذي يصوركم في الأرحام هو الذي يصوركم في الأرحام كيف يشاء. لا إله إلا هو العزيز الحكيم. هو الذي أنزل عليك الكتاب منه آيات محكمات هن أم الكتاب وأخر متشابهات. فأما الذين في قلوبهم زيغ فيتبعون ما تشابه منه ابتغاء الفتنة وابتغاء تأويله وما يعلم تأويله إلا الله. والراسخون في العلم يقولون آمنا به ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب صدق الله العظيم.
Jazakallah. Now I would like to call Abdul Rafi from Askaria College for Naate Rasool Maqbool sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam.
दिल में उतरते हर्फ से दिल में उतरते हर्फ से मुझको मिला पता तेरा मौजिज़ा हुस्ने सौत का ज़मज़माए सदा तेरा दिल में उतरते हर्फ से मेरा तो कायनात में तेरे सिवा कोई नहीं मेरा तो कायनात में तेरे सिवा कोई नहीं अर्ज़ तेरी समा तेरे बंदे तेरे खुदा तेरा दिल में उतरते हर्फ से मेरे शाह शर को घर नाने जवी ग़िज़ा तेरी मेरे बुरिया सारा जहां गदा तेरा, दिल में उतरते हर्फ से मुझको मिला पता तेरा, दिल में उतरते हर्फ से।
Jazakallah. Now I would like to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Director Mr. Mirza Ali, to come upon the stage and say a few words.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Very respected academics, honorable judges, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I would like to welcome all of you to this function, the fifth day of the academic activities. And we are here for the English speeches. I would just share a few things with you, and then I will depart. You know that there is a set of skills fixed or determined for the 21st century. And the set of those skills, it is called 21st century skills. And I can name at least 5 or 6 skills of the 21st century, out of the 21st century skills, which are either directly or indirectly targeted by these activities of public speaking, either in English or in Urdu. The first one is the critical thinking. While you prepare yourselves for public speaking, and while you prepare your speeches, primarily you critically think about the allocated topics. So this is the first area of the first skill of the 21st century, out of the 21st century skills, which is directly targeted while you prepare yourselves for speeches. And then another important skill out of the 21st century skills is communication skill. Of course, as you all know, it is also directly linked with these activities, with public speaking or speeches. And then, of course, there is another important skill, which is collaboration. It is one of the skills of the 21st century. You learn how to collaborate with your fellow human beings. Here, in this particular context, 1, 2, or 3 students out of the whole lot for SSC and HSSC levels, they win, and the rest of them, they learn how to collaborate, how to cope with the situation. And in this context, there is alongside the intelligence quotient and emotional quotient, there is another quotient, which is adversity quotient. How to face adverse circumstances. So when you come prepare for these activities, and when you lose, you in fact do not lose. You win or learn other things. That is to face such situations where you may be losing in real lives as well. So this is also another important area. You can work on the development of your adversity quotient as well. And then you can learn directly 2 or 3 life skills. The first one is the development of the social skills. When you come to such functions, when you come in such public speaking activities, you interact with people, you make friends, you learn from the speeches of your fellow beings, your fellow students. And of course, in such functions, in such social activities, you learn how to respect diversity. So this is another important area. And then one of the most important social skills is to improve or inculcate in your personalities the leadership skills. Now this skill of leadership, it is not required only in the political arena, rather it is required in each and every profession of the lives of individuals. So out of these 21st century skills, almost half of these skills you directly or indirectly achieve with the help of such academic activities. And out of these academic activities, speeches is the most crucial and important area. So that this was the point that I wanted to share with all the participating students. And as every day I say, rather it is a convention here at the Federal Board, and I say that it's not the winning or losing that is important. It is the participation which is important. So I would request all of you to clap for yourselves. You're participating in this activity. Very good. This is the spirit. You are here. 46 or 47 candidates are here for the English speeches. Out of 500,000 students, you are here. This in itself is a great success for you people. So once again, at the end, I would like to welcome all of you to the FBISE, and you enjoy the function, deliver your speeches, and listen to the speeches. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Welcome to the Deputy Secretary Admin Asad Mahmood and Honorable Judge Riaz Anjum to convey the parameter. First participant of English Speeches Competition SSC 2023 is Waqar Iqbal.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, and dear participants. It has already been conveyed, but I'd like to recall it. Every speaker, as it has been said, a maximum time of 4 to 5 minutes will be given. And one thing which we would definitely want to convey to you is that there should be no such argument or point which goes against any moral ideas, religion, or our patriotic sentiment. So this is to be taken care of. The topics this time, they are very interesting, and I hope that all the students would definitely have made a thought-probing workout on them, and best of luck. Thank you so much.
Honorable President, respected judges, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful, whose bounties are unbounded, whose benevolence is everlasting, whose blessings are uncountable, whose being is eternal, whose mercy is unlimited, and whose provisions are unending, and whose love is our life, whose worship is our faith. Hello and good morning to all of you present here. Today I'm here to share my views about life is 10%. What's happened to you in 90%, how you respond to it. Mr. President, life in all its beauty, life in its infinite wisdom and complexity is a beautiful paradox. It is a harmonious blend of joy, sorrow, defeat, comforts, and hardships. It is a journey that is not always easy, filled with problems and challenges that test our mettle and resilience, yet it is in facing these challenges with courage and fortitude that we discover the true beauty of life. This beauty is much like a soothing, eases our pain during trying times, providing the beacon of hope that guides us through the darkest night. Mr. President, the duality of life is evident in the coexistence of happiness and sorrow, victory and defeat, day and night. These are but two sides of the same coin, a testament to the balance that governs our existence. Life in all its beauty is a celebration of existence, a tribute to the miracle of being alive, yet it is an essential to be prepared to face adversities and hardships. Success is often the upspringing of struggle and hardships. Difficulties, so is a resemble, testing our courage, passions, perseverance, and revealing the true character that lies within us. Mr. President, adversities and hardships are the forge that tempers our spirit, making us strong and resilient, equipping us to face life adversities and challenges with equanimity. There is an undeniable truth in the adage that there can be no gain without pain. Mr. President, life is not a merely bed of roses, it's a garden where the thorns grow alongside the flowers. The thorns are as much part of the life as the roses, and we must escape them with the same grace with which we embrace the beautiful aspects of life. The thorns are as much part of the life. The thorns always remember that happiness and success can be elusive. Instead of succumbing to disappointment and despair, we should remember that the success and happiness can be elusive. Mr. President, life is beauteous just as roses, but it has challenges which are like the thorns, and how to be patient and overcome by all. Those who accept their challenges and the success are the ones who know how to allow life in its true sense. Mr. President, in the grand tapestry of life, challenges are not merely obstacles but stopping the stone that led us to the path of growth and enlightenment. Mr. President, life is ended full of challenges, and this is our response to define our journey. Remember, when you face difficult times, know that challenges are not sent to destroy you. They are sent to promote, increase, motivate, and strengthen you. Mr. President, finally, I would like to end my speech by that there is no challenge more challenging than the challenge to improve yourself. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Laiba Adnan.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful and the beneficent. Honorable judges, respectable staff members, and dear audience, good morning and Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor for me to be here with you in this august hall. My dear fellows, if we deep delve into the meaning of the quote, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond. Straight away, a beautiful verse of the Holy Quran enlightens my mind. There is nothing for man except what he strives for. And of course, my dear fellows, we can't change the inevitable, but we can change the way how we respond, how do we strive, and how we decide to embrace an attitude. Ravindranath Khanna in his book Courage to the Globe narrates, attitude, my dear readers, is the foundation of a man. The Empire State Building has successfully withstood all rough weather conditions and even earthquakes over 100 years without any damage. Why? Because the foundation is so strong. Success and failure is caused more by the mental attitude than capabilities or conditions. My dear fellows, attitude is everything, as life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. So it is your attitude, not your aptitude, which determines. Certainly, attitude is the criteria for success, but you can't buy an attitude for $1 million. Attitude is not for sale. Well begun is half done. My dear fellows, success and the failure is not caused because of what happens to us. How we react to it is the most decisive part. Respectable judges, isn't the whole world witnessing the butchery, massacre, terrorized non-stop bombing in the refugees camps, schools, hospitals, everywhere in Palestine? The world is witnessing with amazement of a man distributing chocolates among the people. Do you think because of some great happiness? No, my dear fellows, no, because his whole family is martyred and he is happy in Allah's will. A boy reciting Holy Quran while his own life operation is going on without anesthesia. Moms are losing their children but not leaving their place. What is this? This is their resolution, steadfastness, unwavering faith, and of course attitude, which has made the whole world astonished and compelled them to come out of their houses in their favor. John Milton rightly said, a mind is its own place, in itself can make a heaven of hell or hell of heaven. My dear fellows, with right attitude, human beings can move mountains. Having the right attitude is the prerequisite for success and happiness. George Bernard Shaw said, life isn't about finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. My dear fellows, one is not finished when one is defeated, but one is finished when one quits. We keep on knocking what President Calvin Coolidge said. Nothing can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. The world is full of unsuccessful people with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. My dear fellows, to conclude my speech, I would just say that the winner is always the part of the answer, and the loser is always the part of the problem. Loser always sees a problem for every answer, and the winner says, it may be difficult, but it is possible. And the loser says, it may be possible, but it is too difficult. My dear fellows, life is sum of all efforts repeated day in and day out. Don't you think that life is similar way to a boxing game? Defeat or failure is not declared when you fall down. It is declared when you refuse to get up. And with that, I end my speech here. Thank you.
Aisha Arif.
Honorable Sir President and respected audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I'm honored to speak on the topic, life is 10% what happens to us and 90% how we react to it. It implies that the real difference in our lives is not made by what happens to us, but how we react to it. In this broken world, each one of us has the same moment-by-moment choice. We can either unfold the white flag of surrender and allow the bad things to roll over us, or we can dig in our heels, stand our ground, and put up a fight. But how? It all depends upon the attitude we decide to embrace. We cannot change the inevitable, but we can change how we respond, unquote. Attitudes which are considered to be the most helpful are resilience, which is the ability to adapt to the difficult situations without thinking it's all too much for you, and perseverance, which is steadfastness. What occurs to us is less important than how we react to it, because reaction derives action, whereas action defines outcome. So ultimately, our reaction is everything. The best example I would like to quote here is the life of our beloved Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He was mocked and hurt by the Quraysh, but he fought with resilience and never let the circumstances change his decisions. He went through hardships and he was imposed to fight wars, but he remained optimistic and hopeful during those difficult times. It was due to his perseverance that the city of Mecca was conquered without violence and bloodshed. He, peace be upon him, never let the circumstances define his behavior. He, peace be upon him, stated that happy is a man who avoids hardship, but how fine is a man who shows endurance. Our religion, Islam, provides us the best guidance in this regard, as Allah Almighty mentions in the Holy Quran. Verily, we shall test you with some loss of wealth, lives, and offspring. Those who say when inflicted by hardship, verily to Allah we belong, and verily to Him shall we return. Upon them are the blessings and mercy of Allah, and they are the rightly guided. Yes, I agree, there are situations which are not in our control, but it's all about your belief towards life. If we think and react positively, life will certainly be positive, as we will be molded in the correct direction. Believe me, the most difficult mission on earth is to focus on your dreams, and the easiest task is to simply complain. Take charge of life. Take responsibility of making the best possible choice in the face of difficulty. After all, we are the writers of our own stories of success or failure, hope or despair, joy or sorrow. It all depends upon us and our belief towards life. The more we live, the more we realize the impact of attitude on our life. A wise man once said, and I quote, "Attitude to me is more important than the past, the money, the circumstances, the success, and the failure. The most remarkable thing is we have a choice every day." So remember, we cannot change the past. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing we can do is to change our attitude. Thank you.
Sayyid Zevan Shah.
Assalamu alaikum. What is life? For some, life is a small fraction of the ever-flowing stream of time, a strange infinity, bracketed between our first and our last breath. Others perceive it as an unceasing series of trials, and yet for some others, it's a contest, a race, or a competition where the passives are replaced by the active and exuberant. From a tiny seed to the endless universe, there is an inbuilt instinct of growth and expansion, and we, the human beings, have an extreme journey to embark on in the stream of life. From mere existence to existentialism, from self to self-actualization, this tough adventure demands an enthusiast. And exactly in this diversity lies life's true beauty. However, Mr. President, this inequality makes one scream at times that it's not life which is beautiful, but the one who lives it to its fullest. Man, Mr. President, who moves his last pawn across the chessboard and flips the entire game. Man, with whose twist of heels great empires defeat. Yes, Mr. President, only he is worthy of being called the man who dares to go beyond the 10% to live life to its fullest. A man's destiny hinges upon his choices, and his choices lead to every twist and turn that his story takes. From subject to career choices, from picking a particular brand to a life partner. As a man thinketh, so is he. As a man chooseth, so is he. In life's unpredictable rhyme, so many of us encounter similar situations, and yet our destinies unfold in profoundly divergent ways. Poverty or affluence, health or affliction might be inherent gifts at birth, but they are not fated to last forever. In such a situation, the decisions one takes and the choices one makes reshape his destiny, challenging even the divine decree. My dear fellows, it takes a Ramanujan to decide his destiny in the halls of Cambridge as the world's top mathematician, starting from his humble beginnings in India. Again, it takes one Greta Thunberg to challenge the world leaders to take immediate action against climate change, leaving the strongest imprints on the strands of time. Every significant decision in one's life is not necessarily the right one, nor is one's life the result of his decisions only. From Satan's refusal to bow to Adam's impulse to eat the forbidden apple, starting the entire melodrama of life, mankind is mostly the recipient of others' decisions and doings. It is only when one begins to take his own decisions that his journey of self-discovery begins. As the last Caliph Hazrat Ali said, I recognize Allah through the defeat of my designs. Hence, establishes the fact that every pauper cannot become a prince, but the pauper can maneuver his way towards a better future through cleverly made decisions, just as a prince can have his Waterloo through poorly made ones. The Napoleons of this world can find a way around their calamitous battleground. Not every Oppenheimer need lament his Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. Mr. President, our belief in riches and prodigy, clan and creed may render us to an unfair dogma where poor by birth deserve to remain so all their lives. If birth and riches are really indispensable, then see the lives of those who sprang from non-entity and obtained every single thing they envisioned for themselves. Lincoln absorbed millions from slavery, but himself took birth in a cottage. India's constitution was written by an untouchable, and colored Mandela sat in equinox with his Western masters. Mr. President, we have but only one life. This one-time golden opportunity is not to be wasted wallowing in the valley of despair. The sheer blessing of the Creator is not to be battered or staggered on petty failures, but to venture into the impossibilities to make miracles happen every single day. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Thank you.
Nurul Iman.
Mr. President, allow me to begin with the classic quote. In the tapestry of time, a tale unfolds of life's mysteries and stories untold. Events like whispers, sometimes loud and clear, and in our response, their sense appears. 10% written in fate's bold decree, 90 the canvas where we hold the key. Life, a journey filled with unpredictable twists and turns, a tapestry woven of joy and sorrow, success and failure, triumphs and setbacks.
In this intricate design, there is a profound truth that often goes unnoticed, but holds the power to shape our destinies. Yes, respected guests, the truth is this, that life is 10% what happens to us and 90% is our response. These words reminds us that no matter how difficult the circumstances we face, our response is the key determinant of the fate. Honorable judges, consider for a moment the adversity that life can thrust upon us, the loss, the failure, the rejection, and the breakdowns. These are all part of the human experience. In these moments, it's easy to succumb to despair, to believe. In the dance of life, the music may vary. In the dance of life, the music may vary, but the steps you choose may define your story. My dear fellows, in the equation of existence, the events are constant, but our reactions are the variables shaping the outcomes. Let us throw some light on the life of different personalities who, by their indomitable will and spirit, shows that life is indeed 10% what happens to us and 90% is our response. Consider the example of Helen Keller, born deaf and blind. Keller overcame immense challenges to become an influential author, political activist, and lecturer. She once said, although the world is full of suffering, it is also full of the overcoming of it. Keller's indomitable spirit serves as an inspiration to us all. My judges, consider the example of Nick Vujicic, born without legs and arms. Vujicic faced countless obstacles throughout his life. Through his motivational speeches and humanitarian work, he serves a message of hope and resilience. As our great legend and philosopher, Dr. Allama Muhammad Iqbal wisely says, and I quote, "Be aware of your own worth. Use all of your power to achieve it. Create an ocean from a dewdrop. Do not beg for light from the moon. Obtain it from the spark within you." These verses highlight the importance of self-belief, determination, and taking responsibility for one's action. As the great Maya Angelou wisely stated, and I quote, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you may decide not to be reduced by them." Let's draw inspiration from the words of Quran. Allah says in Surah Baqarah, Allah does not burden a soul beyond that it can bear. In the same row lies the life of our holy prophet. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, exemplified resilience in the state of adversity. My dear fellows, the transformation of this beautiful world today, from Stone Age to present age of artificial intelligence, is a vivid description of the topic spoken at. In the end, I would like to say that life's 10% may be beyond our control, but 90% is our canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of our hardships and determination. Let us be the architects of our destinies, not mere spectators of fate. Let's unlock the true potential within us with firm responses. Let's have the power to transcend, to evolve, to inspire. I would conclude on these verses. As the sun rises, painting skies anew, our resilience sparkles like morning dew. So let the ink of courage gracefully flow. On the parchment of challenges, let it glow. Let life's tapestry woven and spun, our lives declare that battle is won. Thank you.
The next participant is Tayyaba Fatma.
Honorable President and respected audience, Assalamu Alaikum. Today, the topic of my speech is life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. This principle principle holds the key to unlocking the power within ourselves to overcome any challenge that might come our way. Definitely, it's your faith in the Creator who gives you the power and strength to respond the hardships in life and stand firm. As in Surah Al-Inshirah, these inspirational Quranic verses give strength to respond and put great emphasis on keeping faith in the Allah Almighty. For indeed, with hardship will be ease. Indeed, with hardship will be ease. So when you have finished your duties, then stand up for worship and your Lord direct your longing. Honorable President, 10% of life encompasses those external circumstances that are beyond our control, and that is to lose our loved ones, financial hardships, setbacks in life careers, feelings of sorrow, anger, or disappointment. But the real magic lies in remaining 90%, and that is how we choose to respond. Our responses reshape our perspective, redefine our limits, elevate our new heights. So we have the ability to transform setbacks into opportunities, failures into valuable lessons, disappointments into building blocks of success. So, life is an opportunity. Benefit from it. Life is a beauty. Admire it. Life is a dream. Realize it. It's a challenge. Meet it. It's a song. Sing it. It's a struggle. Accept it. It's a tragedy. Confront it. It's an adventure. Dare it. Like Abdul Sattar Ethi, the angel of mercy who was the great humanitarian. Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, whose efforts resulted Pakistan as the first nuclear power of Islamic world. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Prize laureate for human rights advocacy and girls' education. Sister Zaf, who won the Global Teaching Prize for her great teachings. Dear audience, in the world there are hundreds of examples that how the disabled people positively responded to their life conditions and they set examples for the others. Stephen Hawking was completely paralyzed and he was unable to speak without a computerized voice synthesizer. And despite these enormous physical challenges, he became the most famous and influential scientist for his work in cosmology. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years of imprisonment in harsh and inhumane conditions, but he never gave up and became one of the most iconic figures in the modern history. Ghanim al-Mufta, with rare conditions, caudal regression syndrome, has learned to overcome obstacles with positivity and leadership. Respected President, there is a hadith narrated by Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "No fatigue, nor disease, nor sorrow, nor sadness, nor hurt, nor distress befalls the Muslim, even if it were the prick he receives from a thorn, but that Allah expiates some of his sins for that." Dear audience, Islam teaches us to embrace resilience with optimism and realism, and the personal growth and the power we hold within ourselves to shape our destinies. Prophet Ibrahim a.s. faced many tribulations, including being thrown into the raging fire. But the Prophet Ibrahim a.s. remained steadfast in his mission. So the Allah rewarded Prophet Ibrahim's sacrifice as Hajj. Our holy Prophet, Hazrat Muhammad when traveled to Taif for conveying Allah's message, and the people of Taif not only rejected Prophet, peace be upon his message, but also subjected him to extreme humiliation. Allah says in Quran, "And seek helps through patience and prayers. And indeed, it is difficult except for the humbly submissive to Allah." Surah Al-Baqarah. So, life indeed is 10% what happens to us and 90% how we respond to it, in forms of our beliefs, our thoughts, attitude, and how we interpret the situations. Those whose intentions are firm, whose eyes are fixed in Allah, they are not frightened by stormy waves. Thank you so much.
Moez Hafiz Man.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. There is a saying that life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Life for each one of us have different meanings and definitions. The goals, dreams, and aspirations that we have define how we shape and form our lives. However, a minor setbacks can send our planned structured lives spiraling out of control. But should we let our lives be defined by a few upsetting events? Should a few setbacks, although big or not, dampen our spirits? Should we hang on to the fact that everything is lost? No, we should not. Because, Mr. President, when we don't appreciate the things that come easily, life becomes difficult for us. Mr. President, if we keep pondering about the mistakes in the past without even learning from them, we will not be able to achieve anything in our life. Rumi said, and I quote, "Life is a balance of holding on and letting go." Mr. President, if we keep thinking about the past, if we keep worrying about the mistakes in the past, worrying about the things that are no longer in our control, our life would be ruined, Mr. President. It will be ruined. Setbacks are a part of life. Mr. President, setbacks are a part of life, and they only make us stronger when we believe in ourselves and when we believe in our fate. Disappointment is a sin. I repeat, disappointment is a sin. You lose when you give up. Reacting negatively towards loss in life, we cannot achieve our goals, and this makes us weak and lessen our strength. Mr. President, 90% of our life is how we respond well to our obstacles, miseries, and problems in the life. And I believe it is not easy to do so. That's why W.H. Jordan says, "That valley is fatal where the furnaces burn. Yonder's the midden whose doors will madden. And that gap is the grave where the tall return." Mr. President, sometimes the things, persons, or goals that are removed from our lives means good to us, but what we do, we fail to understand it all that time. Mr. President, I would like to conclude my topic by saying, what belongs to us will come to us. What belongs to us will come to us even if we have tried so many times and lost the hope again and again and again. But the point to ponder is that we should not lose hope, never. Mr. President, I repeat, never we should accept finite disappointment, but never we should accept infinite hope. And remember, Mr. President, there is light after the darkness. Thank you.
Zunaira Abid.
In the name of Allah, who's the most beneficent and the most merciful. Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is me, Zunaira Abid. You can't change how people act, but what you can change is how you react. Because life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Mr. President, let the audience know that life is a journey between perception and reality. It's a roller coaster ride filled with ups and downs, triumphs and defeats, joy and sorrow. It is a journey where we encounter numerous situations, circumstances and events that shape and mold our character.
However, what truly defines us is not the events themselves, but rather how we choose to respond to them. Whether we are facing a global or personal crisis or a mixture of both, building resilience can help you to cope with stress, overcome adversity, and enjoy the better days to come. Because life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Mr. President, it is easy to feel helpless when life takes an unexpected turn, but that's where the magic lies. In our response, Mr. President, in our response. Think about some histories, get us figure. They faced unimaginable challenges, yet their response changed the course of history. Nelson Mandela endured 27 years in prison, but he emerged as a symbol of forgiveness and reconciliation. Thomas Edison did thousands of times before inventing a light bulb, demonstrating unwavering determination. Galileo, Helen Keller, Einstein, Archimedes, and thousands of our great Muslim leaders, Jinnah, Iqbal, Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, Liaquat Ali Khan, and great example of our holy prophet, Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. These individuals exemplify how a 90% reaction can transcend to the 10% what happens to us. Mr. President, instead of allowing setback to define us, let's view them as a stepping stone to success. Our reactions to life situation, Mr. President, determine our destiny. Allah, the divine power, has conveyed us with the power of determination. As Allah says in Quran, Innamal usri yusra. If we choose to look for the silver lining of every dark cloud, we can find joy and satisfaction in our lives. We can also inspire others to make the same choice. We can find strength in adversity, wisdom in failure, resilience in the face of setbacks. Mr. President, the longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude to me, dear audience, is more important than facts. It is more important than past, than education, than money, than circumstances, than failure, than success, than what other people think, say, or do. The remarkable thing is we have a choice every day regarding attitude we will embrace for that day. The only thing we can do is to play on one string that we have, and it is our attitude, Mr. President, our attitude, because life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Mr. President, perseverance is the key to overcoming life's challenges. It is a trait that resides within each of us. As Allah says in Quran, Wallahu yuhibbu sabirin. It is a choice we make when faced with challenges to stand firm, to endure, and to keep moving forward. So, as we navigate the unpredictable journey of life, so let us remember that it's just not about what happens to us, but how we react to it. Our reaction has the power to shape our destinies, inspire others, and leave a lasting legacy. Let us choose to react with courage, resilience, and determination to make most of the every moment, for that where the true essence of life lies. Thank you for your patience.
Malik Shayan Shamdani. A big round of applause for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to explore a timeless truth that transcends the annals of history and resonates through the ages. Life is 10% the circumstances that befall us, and an overwhelmingly 90% the manner in which we respond to them. Imagine, if you will, an ancient epoch when daring souls embarked on perilous voyages to chart the uncharted, braving treacherous waters and battling the unpredictable forces of nature. These intrepid pioneers of the ancient world did not merely confront adversity, they embraced it, unfurled their sails, and navigated through tempests to unveil new horizons. Their matter reminds us of the indomitable figures like the great Odysseus, who weathered storms and faced mythical beasts in his quest for homecoming. Now let us propel ourselves into the modern world, where figures like Nelson Mandela left an indelible mark on the annals of history. For 27 years, he languished in the dark shadow of the apartheid's prison walls, yet he did not surrender to bitterness or revenge. Within those confines, he found the strength to reflect, to hope, and to transfer his sufferings into a powerful force for change. Emerging from his captivity, he extended an open hand for reconciliation, not retribution. And Mandela's journey through adversity serves as an exemplary testament to the power of one's response in facing adversity. Now let us shift our gaze to a pivotal moment in Islamic history. Hazrat Khalid bin al-Walid, also known as the Sword of Allah, etched his name in history through his remarkable victory at the Battle of Yarmouk. Facing a Roman army many times larger, Khalid demonstrated unparalleled military genius and unwavering determination. He led his troops with unwavering resolve, outmaneuvering and outsmarting the mighty Roman legions. In a battle that changed the course of history, Khalid and his troops prevailed against overwhelming odds, showcasing the extraordinary power of response in the face of adversity. The Battle of Yarmouk teaches us that it is not the size of the challenge, but the spirit with which we confront it truly defines the course of history. In this grand odyssey of life, let us not be mere passengers carried by circumstances, but the captains of our own destinies, navigating through tempests with unwavering resolve. Let us emulate the modern-day knights armed with the swords of determination who control their own battles. Let us draw inspiration from figures like Mandela, who turned prisons into classrooms, symbolizing the transformative power of the human spirit. Always remember that the difference between a life of mediocrity and a life of greatness is not determined by the events that befall us, but by the adversity with which we respond to them. So as we voyage through the intricate tapestry of existence, always remember that life is 10% what happens to you and an overwhelmingly 90% the way you respond to it. May your responses to life challenges lead you to greatness. Thank you.
Abdul Hadi Aslam.
To all my honorable guests, to my honorable judges, and all the eyes and ears that are listening to me, Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to explore a timeless truth that transcends the annals of history and resonates through the ages. Life is 10% what happens to you, and an overwhelmingly 90% how you respond to it. Imagine, if you will, an ancient epoch when daring souls embarked on perilous voyages to chart the uncharted, braving treacherous waters and battling the unpredictable forces of nature. These intrepid pioneers of the ancient world did not merely confront adversity, they embraced it, unfurled their sails, and navigated through the tempest to unveil new horizons. Their mettle reminds us of the indomitable spirits of figures like the great Odysseus, who weathered storms and faced mythical beasts in his quest for homecoming. Now, let us propel ourselves forward into the modern era, where individuals like Nelson Mandela have left an indelible mark on the annals of history. For 27 years, he languished in the dark shadows of the apartheid's prison's walls. Yet, he did not surrender himself to revenge or bitterness. Instead, within those confines, he found the power to reflect, to hope, and to transform his suffering into a powerful force that brings a change. Mandela's journey through adversity teaches us that it is not the size of these adversities but our responses that ultimately defines us. Now, let us move on to the days of Hazrat Ali, the great Hazrat Ali, the fourth Caliph of Islam. His momentous triumph at the Battle of Khyber stands as a testament to his unwavering determination. Khyber Fortress, formidable and seemingly impregnable, stands as a symbol of resistance in front of Hazrat Ali. Yet, Hazrat Ali, armed not only with a single sword, but with his unshakable resolve, confronted this seemingly unsurmountable challenge. Hazrat Ali, Hazrat Ali's triumph at the Battle of Khyber teaches us that in face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, it is our response that can shatter the barriers of adversity. As we pivot the spotlight towards ourselves, we realize that we too encounter storms and slay metaphorical dragons with our swords of self-determination, and at times imprison ourselves in self-doubt and fear. It is not the magnitude of these challenges that defines us, but it is our response to these challenges that ultimately defines our character. When adversity strikes, we have two choices: to let it shatter us, or to mold our character into something more resilient and stronger to face these adversities of life. It is the courage with which we respond to these trials of life that shapes our destiny. To grasp the essence of this principle, one must delve into its emotional core. Life's most exquisite moments often emerge from the darkest, creviest moments of life. But just as a diamond is forged under tremendous pressure, our character takes place in the presence of fires of adversities. Just moving on, I would like to say, remember, the chasm between a life of mediocrity and one of greatness is not determined by the events that befall us, but by the responses that we give to these trials. As you move on, as you voyage through the intricate tapestry of existence, always bear in mind that life is 10% what happens to you and a resounding 90% how you respond to it. This was Abdul Hadi. Thank you.
Rumeza Seher.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, fellow participants, and honored guests, Assalamu alaikum. I stand before you today to share the destinies and define the essence of our existence. Life is 10% what happens to us and 90% how we respond to it. Charles R. Swindoll. In the grand theater of life, we are all actors playing our roles on a stage filled with unpredictable twists and turns. However, the essence of our character and the depth of our resilience are not developed. As we navigate through life, we encounter countless challenges, setbacks, and unexpected events. While we may not be able to control what happens to us, we may control how we react to it. The mindset is particularly relevant in today's fast-paced and ever-changing business environment. The ability to adopt new challenges and situations is essential for success. Whether it's a shift in market condition, a new project, or a difficult client, how we react to these situations can make all the difference. At the core of this idea is resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, learn from failure, and persevere in the face of adversity. It's an essential quality for anyone looking to succeed in their career. Mr. President, so how can we cultivate resilience and develop a more positive mindset? One strategy is to focus on what we can control. We may not be able to control external events, but we can control our response to them and focusing on solutions rather than problems. We can build our resilience and develop a more positive outlook. Another strategy to cultivate a growth mindset is to focus on what we can control. We may not be able to control what happens to us, we may control how we react to it. The renowned psychologist Viktor Frankl, a survivor of the Holocaust, once said, "Between stimulus and response, there's a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. This encapsulates the very essence of the 90% that shapes our lives. The great Helen Keller once said, "Although the world is full of suffering, it is all full of overcoming of it. History is replete with examples of individuals who turned adversity into triumph." The great Helen Keller, despite of being deaf and blind, responded to life with indomitable success. Nelson Mandela emerged from decades of imprisonment, choosing reconciliation over revenge. In conclusion, the way we react to the challenges we face in life is often more important than the challenges themselves. By cultivating resilience and the growth mindset, thank you.
The next participant is Dua Abbas.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, fellow participants, and honorable guests, Assalamu alaikum. Today I stand before you to share my thoughts on a profound truth that is the power to shape our destinies and define the essence of our existence. As we navigate through life, we encounter countless challenges, setbacks, and unexpected events. While we may not be able to control what happens to us, but we can control how we respond to it. As the saying goes by Charles R. Swindoll, life is 10% what happens to us and 90% how we react to it. The longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude to me is more important than facts. It is more important than past, education, money, circumstances, failure, and successes, and what other people think, say, or do. It is more important than appearance, giftedness, or skill. It will make or break a company, a church, or a home. The remarkable thing is that we have a choice every day regarding the attitude that we'll embrace for that day. We cannot change our past. We cannot change the fact that people will act in a certain way. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing we can do is to change our attitude. I am convinced that life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. And so is with you. We are in charge of our attitudes. What occurs is less important than our reaction to it. Action derives reaction, and reaction defines the outcome. So ultimately, our action is everything. No matter whether we succeed or fail, our reaction to both is what defines us. At the end of the day, we are driven by our minds. The way we feel and perceive things determines our reactions to them. You know what? Life is only 10%. It's just a small proportion that what happens to you, and 90%, a large proportion, is under your control. Ultimately, no one or nothing can make you feel happy or unhappy. It all depends on how you react to it. The way we feel and perceive things determines everything. Remember that nothing external can make you feel happy or sad unless you decide to do so yourself. I have found that if you love life, life will love you back. I think you might agree with me that even setbacks have different meanings for different groups of people. For some, it is a source of disbalance in their life, while for others, it is merely a learning opportunity. The way we feel and perceive things determines the course of our life. Someone said in a quote that I failed over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed. Falling is not same as failing. Staying down and refusing to get up is a real failure. The way we feel and perceive things determines everything. Recognize that challenges are a part of our life, and we can only overcome them by facing them. Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself, in your way of thinking. At the end, I just want to say that don't forget, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. Thank you so much.
What a great performances. A big round of applause for them. The next participant is Muhammad Mahad Azhar.
Honorable President, Reverend audience, educators, and dear participants, Assalamu alaikum. The entirety of the existence in the universe and on the earth is in a state of perpetual motion. From stars and planets to insects and birds, animals to humans, and from the small to the grand and young to the old. As motion is the essence of life, while stagnation symbolizes a lack of vitality. We gauge and evaluate individuals based on how they function, react, behave, handle situations, and fulfill their duties and responsibilities. These responses and actions serve as a window into a person's true character. This is why Charles Swindoll asserted that a person's life is only 10% determined by external events and 90% by how they respond to those events. Esteemed audience, allow me to expound on the topic of the subject, that is, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Honorable President, the statement underscores the power of our actions, abilities, capacities, wisdom, and strategies. Swindoll highlights the capabilities of human beings to confront challenges, navigate the unexpected, stand resolute in the face of adversity, and demonstrate their wisdom, prudence, and ability to hold their ground. My dear fellow contestants, what happens to us is often beyond our control. We cannot prevent objects falling from the sky, but we can strategize to mitigate the impact upon reaching the earth. We cannot halt natural disasters, but we can minimize their effect through effective disaster management. While we may not preside over a court of justice or influence the judge, our prudent and well-considered arguments can sway the judge towards the truth. Honorable President, this truth is encapsulated in the Quranic verse, Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. Allah does not change the condition of people until they change what is in themselves. Being followers of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we can draw inspiration from his life. He preached Islam in Taif to the tribal chiefs in Makkah and before the heads of the states, regardless of the potential consequences, but with firm commitment to his response to the assigned tasks of Allah Almighty. The responses of Holy Prophet earned him a reputation of being gentle, generous, kind, humble, loving, just, honest, wise, and Sadiq and Amin. Hazrat Ibrahim was declared as Khalilullah due to his strong responses to the divine dream. Honorable President, it is our reactions and responses that define us as leaders. Prominent figures in history define themselves through their actions, decisions, and responses, and not through their words. Tariq bin Ziyad's audacious act of burning boats led him to success, and he defined himself as responding and daring. Quaid-e-Azam's wise committed responses thwarted conspiracies against Muslims, and he succeeded as the sole architect of the first ideological state of Pakistan. Nelson Mandela's dedication, despite years of imprisonment, brought about significant change in South Africa. Bill Gates, refused by the bank for a loan, but with strong determination appeared as the world's richest person for a decade. Honorable President, it is our reactions and responses that define us as leaders. Dear friends, these personalities achieve recognition and define themselves through their actions, which is vital, and initiative is a key attribute of leadership. Those who believe in responding and taking action are celebrated in history, while those who bemoan their fate are forgotten. Mr. President, it is not wrong to say that our actions speak louder than words and decisions carry more weight than speeches. A well done is superior to a well said because our actions reveal our true character, shape our fate, and define our destiny, showing the world who we truly are. Thank you.
Let's move to the next participant, Zainab Khan. In storms that rage and tempest wild, in trials that seem unfair, it's not the force that strikes us down, but how we rise from there. So, let's grasp this potent truth, embrace it, because life, my dear friends, is largely made of our tenacity. With every step, with every choice,
we shape our destiny. And in the end, we find our lives are 90% what we decree. Reverend Chief Guest, honorable judges, and respected audience. In Quran it is mentioned, verily with hardships will come ease, unquote. That's why we shouldn't feel negative emotions and thoughts, rather be positive and get inspired to grow and improve. Use experiences as learning opportunity to identify the areas of improvement. And mark the words that it's not the load that breaks you down, it's the way you carry it. Respected audience, in Quran it is mentioned, perhaps you hate a thing and it's good for you, and perhaps you love a thing and it's bad for you, and Allah knows while you know not. Respected audience, life is an incredible journey with difficulties and hardships. Here we have to go on with an open mind, heart and attitude. Respected jury, let me give you some examples that we have the news in the cases of suicide attempts. Even students attempt suicide and their bad result. How a bad result is worth your life? The most precious gift of Almighty is just 1% of your life. Create the other 99% by your positivity. Rather, to surrender on just 1%? That's not the way to live. That's not what your life meant to be. You can't allow your bad situations to demotivate you, rather to define you for the next stages of the life. Respected audience, take the examples of Abdul Saudi and Muniba Mazari and many more personalities like them who uplifted themselves to the level of utmost courage and bravery. So don't give up. Don't give up. Live up to the challenge that life throws at you. Because life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally. When storms may rage and skies grow dark, remember this, ignite the spark. For in each challenge there lies a seed of strength and growth, the soul's deep need. Always remember, you have so belief in Allah. Believe that every day may not be good, but there is something good in every day. As Albert Einstein says, in the middle of every difficulty lies opportunity. So it's better to avail it. Go through the experiences, rebuild your dreams, be positive, relax, have faith, let things go on. Remember, the beauty of the sunrise is the promise of a new beginning. Embrace the day, embrace your bright moment. With the glow of the morning when the sun fills your room, let it fill your heart with hope and determination. Because, my dear friends, I have learned about life. It goes on, it goes on. So, embrace the fire, let it refine the heart that beats the spirit side. With every step we forge our way. In how we react, we seize the day. So stand tall, let courage reign. For life's true power lies not in pain. It's in our response, our fierce resolve. The shapes of fate, our stories evolve. Thank you.
Sabah Fatma.
Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Honorable Chief Guests, respected teachers, enthusiastic audience, and my dear fellows, Assalamu Alaikum. Today, I would like to talk to you about the profound idea. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. As we navigate through life, we encounter countless challenges, setbacks, and unexpected events. While we may not be able to control what happens to us, we can control how we respond to it. The ability to adapt to new challenges and situations is essential for our success. How we react to these situations can make all the differences. If someone throws something at you, it is up to you whether you react to it or ignore it. You cannot be offended unless you decide to be offended. Even setbacks have different meanings for different groups of people. For some, it is a source of disbalance in their lives, while for some, it is merely a learning opportunity. The way we react determines the course of our lives. Falling is not the same as failing. Staying down and refusing to get up is the real failure. Recognize that challenges are a part of life and you can only overcome them by facing them. Dear audience, a very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself and your way of thinking. What occurs is less important than our reactions to it. Reactions drive actions and action determine the outcome. So ultimately, our reactions are everything. Our life is what our thoughts make it. No matter whether we succeed or we fail, our reaction to both is what defines us. When faced with adversity, we have a choice. We can choose to be defeated, to allow in self-pity, or we can blame external circumstances, or we can choose a different path. We can choose optimism or a proactive approach. In our life, we may face many difficult situations, heartbreaks, losses, yet it is our ability to adapt, our ability to grow, and our ability to heal that defines the quality of our existence. Ladies and gentlemen, embrace the power of your response and you will find that in every challenge there lies an opportunity to grow. You are in charge of how you react to the people and events in your life. You can either give negativity power or you can choose happiness instead. People with purposes, goals, visions have no time for drama. They invest all their energy on focusing on their positive life. Now I would like to conclude my speech with these memorable words. You who dwell in the shelter of Lord, who abide in his shadow for life, say to the Lord, my rock, my refuge in whom I trust, and he will raise you up on eagle's wings, bear you on the breath of dawn, make you shine like the sun, and hide you in the palm of his hand. You need not fear the terror of the night, nor the day. Though thousands fall about you, near you it shall not come. Keep chasing your goals, whether you are alone, broke, tired or scared. Keep going. Your confidence and your willpower is the real game changer. Thank you.
Daim Ali. A fraction of what comes our way. The evening that unfolds the cards we are dealt each day. 90% the power we hold within to shape our responses where new beginnings begin. Honorable Mr. President, worthy judges and respected audience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to discuss a thought-provoking concept that has resonated with many individuals throughout the history. It is the idea that life is determined not just by the event that occurs, but rather how we choose to respond to them. As the saying goes, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Mr. President, this mindset is particularly relevant in today's fast-paced and ever-changing business environment. The ability to adopt to new challenges is essential for success. Mr. President, in our journey of life, we encounter countless experiences. Some are joyful and uplifting, while others are challenging and difficult. It is easy to believe that our happiness and success are only determined by external factors such as our circumstances or the actions of others. But Mr. President, this perception fails to acknowledge the power we hold within ourselves, specifically the power to choose our response. Mr. President, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Yes, Mr. President, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Sometimes the best things come from the worst situation. We are resilient and strong people and can sit with discomfort. Know that it's okay to have it all figured out and focus on what's right.
Mr. President, life challenges are inevitable. We will face obstructions, disappointments, and unexpected twists and turns. However, it is our response to these challenges that truly defines us. Our response is not a reaction. It is a conscious choice we make. Mr. President, when we believe that we can control our reaction, we empower ourselves to overcome life ups and downs with grace and strength. We became the architects of our own destiny, not the victims of circumstances. Consider the story of Thomas Edison. He was the inventor of light bulb. He faced many failures before finally achieving success. When someone asked about his failure, he famously said that, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Edison's response to adversity was one of perseverance and resilience. He chose to view each difficulty as a stepping stone towards his ultimate goal. Nelson Mandela, a renowned leader advocate for peace and equality, said that, "As I walked out the door towards the gate, it would lead to my freedom. But if I didn't leave my bitterness or hatred behind, I'd still be in prison." This quote highlights that holding on to negative emotion would only prevent positive changes from taking place. Mr. President, in our journey of life, we adopt a similar mindset. We can choose a response by optimism, willingness, determination, and resilience. My dear friends, choose to be optimistic. It feels better. Optimism is a mental attitude where you do not only think about the present, but at the same time you tend to remain bothered about the future as well. But they would prefer focusing on the better side. Mr. President, it is important to acknowledge that choosing a response is not always easy. It requires self-awareness, emotional intelligence, optimism, and willingness to step outside our comfort zone. However, the rewards are immeasurable. By doing so, we create a life filled with happiness and success. My dear friend, there's a crack in everything. That's how the lights get in. It is a famous quote by Tom Value. He said that if you look for the negative, it will be there. Yes, Mr. President, if you look for the negative, it will be there. But if you look for the positive, it will overwhelm you. To sum up my word, life is indeed 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Let us embrace this empowering concept and make a conscious effort to choose our response wisely. By doing so, we create a life that is truly extraordinary. So let us remember as we journey on that life true excellence lies in how we respond. With courage and wisdom, let's our spirit ignite. For in our response, we find our true light. Thank you.
Sayyida Abiha.
It is not the situation, but whether we react positively or negatively to that situation that really matters. Respected President, Honorable Chief Guest, and dear audience, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. My name is Abiha Ikram, and I would firstly like to thank you for granting me the opportunity of presenting my thoughts on the topic, life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you respond to it. When you think about it, we really have no control over the 10% of what happens to us. You cannot stop a driver from cutting you off in traffic, or your plane from arriving late, which could throw your whole schedule off. Even I cannot control the fact that at any moment these lights could stop working, and this mic could as well. But whether I react to that situation by stuttering and cursing, or I continue with the same confidence and enthusiasm is really what matters. Charles Swindoll has summarized it very well in this 90 to 10 principle. Life is an unfathomable venture where we set out on unwinding rafts at different paces and what the waves offer us. It is the same symphony, but for some it is worth listening to, while for others it is simply, well, an inconvenience. Life is like the moon phases, sometimes complete and sometimes incomplete. Applause to those who are content with every shape and form. You must remember, however, that contentment is never permanent. You must, at some point of time, deal with the trials and tribulations that life has to offer. Let us consider the example of an athlete who has a big fight coming up. He sees his opponent as strong and surrenders way before the fight. He has already lost, don't you think? Of course, his cognitive reasoning and emotions have surrendered already. His psychological response to the situation is weak and baffled. Now let us consider the same athlete who begins to train for this big fight with strength, resilience, and determination. He has won, whether he manages to achieve a trophy or a certificate. Thus, you will all agree with me that it is our conscious response to a situation that determines true success and failure. A research study conducted by famous behavioral psychologist Martin Seligman coined the term learned helplessness, which is a state of mind in which a person feels powerless to change a negative situation, even when they have the power to do so. So why worry? Why worry when we have the power to veer the course of our situation completely? Remember, you cannot control what happens to you, but you can always control how you react to it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Al-Baqarah, "Indeed, we will surely test you with hunger and fear, and loss of wealth and lives and fruits, and give glad tidings to the patient, those who when disaster strikes them say, indeed, to Allah we belong, and to Allah we shall return." I really would not like to end my speech on a sad note. However, I think it is necessary that we mention the people of Gaza in Palestine and how we can learn the power of faith, strength, resilience, and integrity from them. They have lost everything: their homes, their children, their families, even the basic necessities of life such as food and water. But what is their response to this situation? Alhamdulillah. They thank Allah for what they have left and continue to fight the armed forces. Thus, in the end, even if I do not win this competition, my response to that won't be sleepless nights, overthinking, blaming fate, or maybe even the judges for being biased. None of this. Instead, I will thank Allah for granting me the opportunity to be here today at such a prestigious occasion. Thank you so much.
The next participant is Iman Zahra.
Honorable Chief Guest, esteemed guests and fellow seekers of wisdom, good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Let me invite you to ponder a fundamental truth. Life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how we perceive it. In the brief span of our existence, it's worth remembering that it's not the circumstances that define us, but rather the choices we make in response to them. Today, let's embark on a journey to explore the profound impact of our reactions in life. Throughout history, this concept has been echoed by philosophers, leaders, thinkers. It was their ability to perceive their challenges as opportunities which allowed them to achieve greatness. The 10% of life includes challenges, circumstances, setbacks, and unexpected opportunities. However, it is the 90% of perception that determines how we react to these setbacks. Dear friends, someone out there is just trying to test you and see how much you can endure. Be so much brave in the face of troubles that they get rid of you and go away themselves. A never giving up attitude will definitely get you there someday. As Thomas Edison once said, "I've not failed, never. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." In the face of adversity, it's worth remembering that even the most successful individuals have faced challenges, and it was their ability to perceive them and achieve greatness. Take the example of Nelson Mandela. The man spent 27 years in prison, 27, yet emerged with a mindset of forgiveness and reconciliation. Mr. President, I concede that challenges can create barriers, but a positive perception can open doors. As it is said, to learn, you have to listen. To improve, You have to try. Who can forget our leader, our hero, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah? Jinnah's leadership in the creation of Pakistan was marked by his unwavering determination towards the challenges he faced. Despite all the hurdles created by the British and the Hindus, he stood firm and tall like a rock and eventually achieved greatness. Quaid-e-Azam once said, and I quote, "I do not believe in taking the right decision. I take a decision and make it right." And here, it won't be fair if I don't mention the greatest warriors, Mahmud Ghaznavi, who was defeated 16 times. 16 times. His refusal to giving up showcased a tenacity which ultimately contributed to his historical legacy. Mr. President, we cannot change the past. We cannot change the way that people will act in a certain way. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing we can do is the one string that is our attitude. And I'm convinced by Charles Swindoll that life really is 10% of what it is and 90% of how we react to it. Let us take the examples of the greatest athletes of all the time. Players like Michael Jordan and Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo perceived criticism as sources of motivation rather than discouragement. His mindset has driven him crazy to set records with everything. I feel sometimes life as a math function. But when you strip it down, all you need is an input, and then that input gets changed into something else by the function, which produces an output. Life is 10% of what it is and 90% of how we react to it. In conclusion, let us navigate the intricate dance of existence. Let us embrace the 90% that lies in our responses, because our reactions are the ultimate brushes painting the masterpiece of our life. In the end, I would like to say something. Never give up on your dreams. Never. Review it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. With this, I thank you all.
Anamta Malik. 10% the script that fate imparts. 90 is our craft, the choice of hearts. In each scene we face what life bestows. It's our reactions that define how it goes. A very good morning to all of you here today. You must have already understood from this that the topic I'm going to speak on is life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. 10%. Mr. President, that mischievous 10%, which is capable of bringing down emperors, but clearing the path for legends. Life is like a recipe, where the ingredients are the 10% and the rest of the making is the 90%. Now, I would like you to think, if a set of ingredients were handed over to a skilled person, he or she will be able to bring out something amazing, but if you hand those same ingredients to someone who cannot handle and fails to understand them, how? How can you expect him or her to be able to use them? Mr. President, the ingredients of life have also been bestowed upon us, but it depends on us and how we put them to use. Tony Robbins said, and I quote, "It is in your moments of decision that your destiny is shaped," unquote. My dear fellas, we wouldn't be standing under these fancy lights if it wasn't for Thomas Edison's 90%. We wouldn't be unlocking the secrets of the universe if it wasn't for Albert Einstein and Isaac Newton's 90%. We wouldn't be flying high in the skies if it wasn't for the 90% of the Wright brothers. Life tested them with 10%, and we are all the witnesses of their responses, of their 90%. But I would like to direct your attention towards the generations that have passed, starting with the previous generations.
Our ancestors didn't have access to self-driving cars, artificial intelligence, advanced methods of technology, or even efficient modes of communication and transport. They lived in their assigned 10% with no lavish lifestyle, but they didn't let that overcome them. They buried their unfortunate 10% down in the soil of their souls and watered it, nourished it, and ultimately cultivated a tree worth remembering. Would we have all of this success without their hard work? If they would have surrendered to their 10%, would we have all of these facilities? No. And I believe we can all agree that the 90% they put in is one of a kind. It has been quoted that we can't change the inevitable, but we can change how we respond, unquote. Okay, will you resist the temptation of a sweet piece of cake served in front of you? You must be thinking, who could? Well, it's sad to say, but our generation is doing it. Yes, Mr. President, we are. Look around. Some of us may not have the most wealthiest and settled lives, but each and every one of us has an equal amount of opportunities. Life has given us countless opportunities to discover, explore, and feed our curiosity, and these opportunities are our 10%. I would like you to ask yourselves, what are most of us doing? We're getting distracted by social media, drugs, and whatnot. We're wasting our time and resources by not having a positive mindset towards success and accomplishments. If we don't do justice nor acknowledge our 10%, then honestly, Mr. President, the future generations are doomed. Just like how we relied on the previous generations, the future generations will rely on us. And I'm afraid, my dear fellows, that due to our ignorance, they will not be able to develop, progress, or grow. My dear fellows, it was written in my destiny to forget my speech. This was my 10%, and now I am looking for my 90%. I hope you don't mind if I start 2 lines back. So as I was saying, that the future generations will be doomed. Why? Because of our ignorance. The essential element from all of this is that it doesn't matter whether our 10% is similar to our ancestors, or we're fortunate enough to hit the jackpot, or we forget our speech. Our 90% is the decider of our life. Our 90% is our motivation, our hard work, our passion, our loyalty, and our courage, and it is far better than the 10% of life. History has proven that the real difference is not made by what happens to us, but how we cope with life. Jimmy Dean said, and I quote, "I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sails to always reach my destination." Thank you, and Allah Hafiz.
Now I would like to call our next participant, Muhammad Ayan Ali. Please give him a big round of applause.
Mr. President, everyone wants to thrive in life, don't you? Don't you? Don't I? Yes, indeed. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to the audience. Today, I'm here to share my thoughts on a simple yet profound truth. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. Life is an open course of choices, and the way we choose decides the worth of our life. Our destiny is not just tied with what happens to us, as different events will continue to unfold. Our way of dealing with them, our thinking, our resilience in adversity, and our gratitude for what we have not only decides our destiny, but also our contentment and our success in life. Mr. President, the moment we start believing how important our way of responding to a certain situation is, we take the control of our life and steer the course of our life. Certainly, we can't expect the future to be like we wish. Things may turn much odd at times,
We might get shaken up by the circumstances, but our tendency to be calm in such conditions, ladies and gentlemen, will keep us steady. This is how we shape the 90% of our life. Surely, a level-headed personality is just like a diamond whose resilient nature enables it to withstand enormous pressure and tough conditions. Then again, to lose composure during a test of time will definitely make you pay the heavy price. This phenomenon can be exemplified by the rusting of iron. Contrary to diamonds or gold, iron reacts in certain conditions and loses its strength. Therefore, regardless of what happens to us, we must stay cool. We should be more concerned with our own role in facing the challenges rather than worrying about the challenges themselves. Joshua J. Marine once said, and I quote, "Challenges are what makes life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful." The immaculate life of our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam provides an undeniable testimony to the argument in question. No one except the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has ever found himself in such a horrible society, trying circumstances, and prevailed without being affected by the unfavorable conditions around. The point here is that life does not depend upon the events' input. It depends upon our perseverance, our fortitude, and our proactive approach, which constitute the output. Mr. President, extrinsic experiences never discount the importance of our responsibility. They are just signposts to readjust our course of action. Action with a positive mindset is necessary. Action with a positive approach is necessary. Action with a positive attitude is necessary, even if things go beyond our control. We must not be dismayed or delimited. Rather, we should make best use of what lies within our powers to determine the way forward. Martin Luther King Jr. rightly said, "We must accept finite disappointment, but we must never lose infinite hope." In short, life is an exercise of intelligent perception, which serves as the basis for our reaction. External events influence our life far less, whereas our response needs to be much calculated, as it accounts for the 90% of our life. Remember, hasty conclusions can never bring about the right response. I would conclude by saying that we are not the products of our circumstances. We are the products of our decisions. Thank you.
Iman Kibriya. I am acquainted with everyone, but my custom is different with each one of them. I write some, is written by some, and to some I make a whip ash of abdomen. Respected judges, honorable chief guest, and my fellow audience, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to you all. Today I, Iman Kibriya, am here to verify the statement that life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you respond to it. Life is not a bed of roses, but a tumultuous journey with ups and downs, with success and failure, with bliss and tragedies, with hope and despair. Good and ugly events are a part of one's life. Then, how come some people reach the climax of their growth while others wither away? The answer lies in their ability of decision making. It is no doubt that life does not offer equal opportunities to everyone, but it is the attitude and response to adversity which determines the path of your life. As for example, two students work hard and appear in board of examination.
One of them achieves high grade and is obviously encouraged and appreciated by his colleagues, whereas the other one couldn't keep up to the mark. Now, if he takes this failure as a punishment, he will isolate himself, fall into depression, and eventually lose the sight of his goal. But if he utilizes this failure as an opportunity of growth, analyzes his mistakes, learns from them, he will definitely achieve amazing success. As Allah says in the Quran, indeed, with every hardship, there comes ease. In fact, if we persistently practice positivity and gratitude, we will never fall prey to despair, but will be able to rise back up after the downfall. The key lies in your brain and your thoughts about yourself. One habit that we all must adopt is positive thinking. Positive thinking means that you approach unpleasantness in a more positive and productive way. You think for the best to happen, not the worst. It is the best way to internally support yourself to pursue your dreams. It brings inner peace, success, better health, and satisfaction. As a matter of fact, a man can survive 60 days without food, but he cannot live without hope. Our history, it is full of examples with how great people have overcome adversity and achieved great milestones. Albert Einstein. He was a dropout from school at the age of 15. He suffered from poor grades and delayed speech as a child, but he did not give up. He did not surrender, and instead became the greatest physicist and the greatest scientist of all times. Another example, which is very close to us. We all are aware about the first ever lady Surgeon General of Pakistan, none other than Lieutenant General Nigar Johar. Do you think that her life was smooth with no curves or hard patches? It is not so. While serving as a young captain, both her parents and her sisters died in a horrible car accident in 1989. Had it been some other lady, she would have plunged in darkness, but no. She found hope and joy in serving humanity and won great laurels for our country. We as students should try to stay positive and emotionally and morally help our colleagues and juniors in this uphill task, because success can never be achieved by a loner. It is always a teamwork and a collective effort. Hope my words inculcate in your spirit. The take-home message is to build patience, endurance, positive attitude, and critical thinking towards the hurdles of life to overcome adversity and achieve amazing success. I would like to end my speech with this beautiful quote. When it rains, look for a rainbow. When it's dark, look for stars. Thank you.
The next participant is Maryam Junaid.
Life. How would you define life? Some of you might define it as a journey, a concept, an experience, or maybe a phenomena. A phenomena that is too magnificent that words cannot do justice to it. Honorable Chief Guest, respected jury, and my dear audience, life is 10% what happens and 90% how we react to it. In fact, one could argue that life's 10% is acting to a script that has been given to us without our consent. However, that's only a fraction of the equation. What actually sets us apart, what defines our character, and ultimately determines our happiness and success is the 90% that we possess. The 90% of our responses which actually decides whether we live life of victimhood or one of empowerment, and that is where magic happens. Dear audience, mark my words. That is where magic happens. As Mr. Zig Ziglar once said, and I quote, "Your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your altitude." Respected jury,
When we face adversity, we can choose to see it as an insurmountable obstacle or as an opportunity towards growth. Let me make this more clear by giving you some examples of daily life. The loss of job. Let's say someone lost a job. The loss of job can be seen as a setback or as an opportunity towards a more fulfilling career path. That was a practical one. Let's move towards an emotional one. Let's say the end of a relationship. The end of a relationship can be seen as a heartbreak or as a new start, a fresh beginning towards the journey of self-recovery and self-discovery. Respected audience, resilience, optimism, and adaptability are considered as the tools that we can employ to navigate the turbulent waters of existence. Resilience is what pushes us forward in the unwanted circumstances to emerge stronger than ever before. And optimism is the tool which propels us forward. It is the fuel and the tool which propels us forward to see the silver lining in the darkest of clouds. And adaptability is what encourages us to emerge the change, which for life is constantly evolving, and those who resist the change, respected audience, mark my words, those who resist the change often find themselves left behind. Mr. William Arthur Ward once said, and I quote, "The pessimist complains about the wind, the optimist expects it to change, and the realist," dear audience, the realist adjusts the sails. Let's consider the stories of some most influential figures in the history. The likes of Nelson Mandela, who endured 27 years in prison just to emerge as symbol of forgiveness and reconciliation. Or Helen Keller, who overcame deafness and blindness just to become a renowned author and activist. And none other than our own Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who strived and struggled for a separate homeland for Muslims of Indian subcontinent. And here we are, respected jury, as free citizens of Pakistan. Their lives were built upon the 10% that they could not control, but their legacies were built upon the 90% of their responses. As Mr. Confucius also says, life, dear audience, life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. I would like to conclude my speech by saying that we are not victims of circumstances, but the masters of our responses. While we may not control the entire script, but we have a say in how the story unfolds. The 90% of our reactions is where our true potential lies. As Mr. Ralph Waldo Emerson also says, what lies behind us and what lies before us are tiny matters as compared to what lies within us. Thank you for your precious time.
Welcome to the controller technical, Ma'am Shafat. A big round of applause for her. Let's move to the next participant, Elsa Aman.
Respected judges, faculty members, honorable guests, and my dear opponents, Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Thank you all of you for being here today. It is an honor to stand before you and address this esteemed gathering I am thrilled to talk about. Mr. President, life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you respond to it. The real difference in our life is not made by what happens to us, but how we cope with it. Today, I would like to share with you a thought-provoking concept by the famous American writer Charles R. Swindoll that has the power to reshape our perspective on life. Allow me to explain this profound idea further. Dear judges, consider a simple analogy: a glass of water accidentally spills on your favorite t-shirt. Initially, you maybe feel frustrated or upset, but here's the key. It's not the spill that defines your experience, it's how you choose to react. You can either let this mishap ruin your day, or you can embrace it as an opportunity to practice patience and adaptability. Vivian Green beautifully said, life is not about waiting for the storms to pass. It is about learning how to dance in the rain. Mr. President, this quote reminds us that the life storms are inevitable, but our response to them can make all the differences. By finding joy, purpose, meaning, and even amidst adversity, we can truly experience the richness of life. Mr. President, now let's apply this concept to more significant challenges that we encounter throughout our lives. Whether it's a loss of a job, the end of a relationship, or a personal setback, these moments can be incredibly difficult for us to navigate. However, it is during these times our true character is revealed. We have the power to choose how to respond, and this choice can make all the differences. Now, let us reflect to the words of Maya Angelou, who once said, you may not control all the events that happens to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Dear judges, this quote reminds us that while we cannot always control the circumstances that unfold in our life, but we can decide not to be reduced by them. Mr. President, this quote reminds us that it emphasizes the importance of resilience, determination, refusing to let the adversity define or demolish us. In a nutshell, I will say, by embracing challenges with a positive mindset, we can transform setbacks into opportunities. Thank you for your attention, and may your journey of life be filled with growth, resilience, and endless possibilities. Thank you.
Our next participant is Mubashira Hasnan.
Praise be to Allah and blessings be upon His Prophet, peace be upon him. The longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude to me is more important than the facts. It is more important than the past, than education, than money, than circumstances, than failures, than successes, than what others think or say or do. The only thing we can do is play on the one string we have, and that is our attitude. I am convinced that life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. And so it is with you, Mr. President, esteemed teachers, and my dear fellows. Assalamu alaikum. I am privileged to have the opportunity to say a few words on the topic, life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. I will wholeheartedly endorse this statement. Undoubtedly, reactions and coping strategies significantly shape our lives, highlighting the power of mindset and actions. Life is a series of events that shape our responses. Our attitude, thoughts, and behaviors shape our responses to difficulties and setbacks. Indeed, every impossible situation has a possible solution in our lives. Mr. President, now the question arises, how does this concept plays out? Let's discuss. We have a propensity for everything. We lament everything, even the fact that we exist. Instead of dwelling on the negative aspects of the situation, we have to focus on growth opportunities, adopt a positive mindset, and find silver linings in every situation. Our beloved Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, is an excellent example among us. You see, he was orphan, poor, helpless, helpless, unschooled. He was single, all around were against him. The day when he announced his prophethood, he had none to support him except few. But he especially espoused thousands of believers in a short period of 23 years. He applied a proactive approach to obstacles by seeking solutions and overcoming challenges through analysis. That's why the author of the book, The 100, Michael H. Hart, ranks Prophet, peace be upon him, at the top of the list of 100 greatest revolutionists in the history of mankind. Mr. President, life is full of uncertainties and changes. How we respond to unexpected shifts can determine our ability to adapt and thrive. Being flexible and open to new possibilities allows us to navigate changes more effectively. We in this regard cannot forget the struggles of Franklin Roosevelt, an American statesman who was paralyzed but did not stop himself from leading his country. He saved America during Great Depression when there was famine everywhere. Mr. President, resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity. By building resilience, we can better handle challenges without becoming overwhelmed. In this context, the name of Nelson Mandela is quite worthy. A 27-year sentence taught him resilience through a positive outlook, support, and coping strategies. In jail, he famously kept a note with the lines, "I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul." My dear fellows, over time, our responses to life's events accumulate and shape our overall well-being. A habit of positive responses leads to improved mental and emotional health. The contemporary chaotic era, particularly the current situations in the country, demand that we adopt a positive attitude toward life and leave negativity behind. Otherwise, nobody would manage this turmoil. I would end my speech with Rumi's words, "Now is the time to unite the soul and the world. Now is the time to see the sunlight dancing as one with the shadows." Thank you.
Our last competitor of English speeches competition SSC 2023 is Fatima Iftikhar.
A famous scholar once said, and I quote, "It is your reaction to adversity, not adversity itself, that determines how your life story will develop." Mr. President, worthy judges, honorable teachers, and my dear fellows, Assalamu alaikum. Today I stand before you to shed light on our timeless truth. Life is not merely what happens to us, but how we choose to respond to it. Dear fellows, it is my utmost pleasure to share with you this profound notion. It is not just a notion, Mr. President. It is the essence of our whole life. It is a life skill that we should learn to make ourselves strong, determined, and undefeated. It is that optimistic approach and a positive mindset that will lead us to a life full of joy, success, and contentment. Mr. President, life is a struggle and it always attempts you to break down. And when you think things are starting to look up, life will smack you back down with ruthless indifference. Life is not a straight road which has no bounds in it. It is not a place of perfection. You can always succeed if you respond to it in a positive way. Mr. President, life is not a bed of roses, it is a bumpy ride. Each one of us has to face a unique set of circumstances, experiences, triumphs, and setbacks. We encounter both joy and sorrow throughout our journey of life. My dear fellows, you will all agree that life is incredibly unpredictable. Life in all its unpredictable glory throws curveballs at us constantly. In our life, things happen suddenly and unexpectedly. We want to feel we are in control of our own existence. In some ways we are, in some ways we are not. We are ruled by the forces of chances and coincidence, Mr. President. Remember that what you have is unique because it is your own special way of looking and responding to a situation. Mr. President, Life's unpredictability can teach us to be more resilient. Appreciate the present moments and find joy in unexpected places. And that is what makes it both exciting and terrifying at the same time. Yes, I agree, Mr. President. It can be difficult to navigate, but it can lead us to the most beautiful and meaningful moments in our life if we remain calm, be patient, and be grateful for every moment. So the key lies in our response. Let me give you an example, Mr. President. Two individuals might approach the same challenging situation, yet their responses can differ drastically. One may choose to succumb to despair, allowing the negativity to engulf their spirit. However, the other might approach the situation with courage, determination, and an unwavering belief in their ability to overcome any obstacle. It is in these contrasting responses that we witness the true power of human spirit. Mr. President, the reason most people never achieve their goal is because they simply give up. Life was never meant to be easy. It is a constant battle between extreme lows and extreme highs. Remember that the time when it's most important to preserve are the times when you're mostly tested. So it's purely a matter of responding with courage and passion, and ultimately you win. My dear fellows, the 10% of the life that happens to us may include unforeseen circumstances, triumphs, and setbacks. But it is the 90% of our response that shapes our character, defines our potential, and ultimately determines our destiny. It is within this realm of response that we have the power to transfer adversity into opportunity, failure into growth, and disappointment into motivations. To conclude, I would like to say that instead of worrying about what you cannot control, shift your energy to what you can create. This is probably the best response you can give. Believe in yourself. You are more courageous than you think, more talented than you know, and capable of more than you imagine. Thank you.
What a great performances. You guys are truly amazing. Thank you for such an amazing performances. Everyone, please give them a huge round of applause. They deserve it. Now, let's move forward. Federal Board Intermediate and Secondary Education open new horizons in technical education, metric technology, medical technology, 2 years diplomas at intermediate level, 3 years diplomas, 1 year post-intermediate diploma in office management. Start here.
Thank you, madam. आपकी खामोशी से ये हाल बड़ा उदास है। आप देखें, ये खूबसूरत कौम के नौनिहाल फरहंगी ज़बान से कैसे खेल रहे हैं। यही कौम का मुस्तकबिल हैं। इन्होंने ही कल आलमी अदालत में जाके कहना है कि सादा हक इत्थे रख। अब मेरी गुजारिश है, मेरे अजीज़ स्टूडेंट्स आए हुए हैं जो नगमा पेश करना चाहते हैं, अभी आए थे, वो आ जाएं स्टेज पे और सामीन को बेदार भी करें और महजूज भी फरमाएं। थैंक यू। आ जाओ बेटा। और इसके फ़ौरन बाद इंटर लेवल पे कंपटीशन शुरू हो जाएगा।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अच्छा, सर ने तो कह दिया कि हम परफॉर्म करेंगे, लेकिन हम आपके ऊपर फैसला छोड़ते हैं कि हम परफॉर्म करें या नहीं। आप हमारा साथ देंगे या नहीं? दिल दिल पाकिस्तान के ऊपर। कोशिश कीजिएगा साथ हमारे गाएं आप सारे भी, ठीक है? चलें। ऐसी ज़मीं और आसमां, इनके सिवा जाना कहाँ। बढ़ती रहे ये रोशनी, चलता रहे ये कारवां। दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान। दिल दिल से मिलते हैं तो प्यार का चेहरा बनता है, चेहरा बनता है। फूल एक लड़ी में पिरोए तो फिर सहरा बनता है, सहरा बनता है। ओ दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान। ऐसी ज़मीं और आसमां, इनके सिवा जाना कहाँ। बढ़ती रहे ये रोशनी, चलता रहे ये कारवां। दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान, दिल दिल पाकिस्तान, जा जा पाकिस्तान। थैंक यू।
माशाल्लाह बड़ा खूबसूरत नगमा पेश किया। चंद लम्हात मुयस्सर हैं, मैं भी अपना हिस्सा डाल लूँ। मेरा आना है तो ऐसे जैसे रेशम की चादर में सूत का पैबंद लगाया जाए, लेकिन मैं शुक्रगुजार हूँ मेरा। सामीन मोहतरम, अभी फेडरल बोर्ड की तरफ से जो पम्फलेट तकसीम हुआ है, पाकिस्तान का एक कौमी अलमिया बेरोज़गारी है, और इस अलमिये को ख़त्म करने के लिए चेयरमैन फेडरल बोर्ड ने ये कदम उठाया है, ऐसा कदम कि पाकिस्तान के नौजवान जो बेरोज़गार हैं, स्किल होता है उनके पास, लेकिन उनके पास सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं होती, जिसकी वजह से वो बाहर दुनिया में खिदमात सर अंजाम देने से कासिर रहते हैं। ये बहुत खूबसूरत मुफीद प्रोग्राम हैं जो फेडरल बोर्ड रेगुलर बेसिस पे अदारे अलहाक शुदा हैं और भी अदारे आ रहे हैं। वो नौजवान जो दूसरी एजुकेशन में नहीं चल सकते, तो उनके लिए खूबसूरत सुनहरी मौका है कि वो आएँ, टेक्निकल एजुकेशन फेडरल बोर्ड से हासिल करें और दुनिया में रिस्क भी कमाएं और अपने मुल्क का नाम भी रोशन करें। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। डॉक्टर शाकिर शुजाबादी सरायकी के बहुत बड़े शायर हैं, अभी भावलपुर यूनिवर्सिटी ने उनको डॉक्टरेट की डिग्री भी दी है। वो बड़े दरवेश और फ़कीर इंसान हैं। मैं अर्ज़ करता चलूँ कि मज़हब और अदब ये ऐसे खूबसूरत सहारे हैं, जिसको भी ये मुयस्सर हो जाएं, वो ज़िंदगी भर पुरमसरत पुरसकून ज़िंदगी गुजारते हैं। ये रूह को तस्कीन देने वाले सहारे हैं। दुनिया भी है, लेकिन असल इम्तज़ाज है ज़िंदगी जिस्म और रूह का। जिस्म फ़ानी है, वो फैसिलिटीज़ सहूलतें चाहता है। रूह लाफ़ानी है, जिसने हमेशा रहना है। और वो खुश होता है कि मुझ पे आजमाइशें हों, तकलीफ़ें हों, ताकि मैं निखर जाऊं। जैसे सोना आग से निकलता है तो कुंदन बन जाता है, रूह की ये ख्वाहिश होती है। ये जो रूह के तबीब हैं, शाकिर शुजाबादी भी उन्हीं में से हैं, आरफाना कलाम है उनका। मैं अक्सर ये सादत हासिल करता हूँ, अक्सर पुराने दोस्त सुनते हैं, उनकी समातों की नज़र सब। उनका एक बड़ा खूबसूरत कलाम है, तू मेहनत कर ते मेहनत दा, रियाद अंजन साहब, तू मेहनत कर ते मेहनत दा सिला जाने खुदा जाने, तू डीवा बाल के रक्षा हवा जाने खुदा जाने, खिजांदा खौफ माली को बुज़दिल कर नहीं सकदा, चमन आबाद कर छोड़ो सबा जाने खुदा जाने। हासिले कलाम जो शेर है, ये मर की ज़िंदगी चाहते हैं फ़कीरी टोट का मन गिन, ये मर के ज़िंदगी चाहते हैं फ़कीरी टोट का मन गिन, वफा दे विच फना थी वंज बका जाने खुदा जाने। अब मेरी गुजारिश है लोगों से तशरीफ़ लाएं और इंटर लेवल पे कंपटीशन शुरू करें।
First participant of English speeches competition HSSC 2023 is Lareb Shakil.
Starting with the greatest name of Allah, who's the creator, successor, well-wisher, and the destroyer of this world. Mr. President, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, and dear fellow opponents, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I am standing here before all of you to discuss a profound and inspiring statement that greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. These words, often attributed to Nelson Mandela, encapsulate a timeless truth about the resilience, human spirit, and journey of life. Mr. President, what is life? Life is an unpredictable and challenging journey. It is a series of highs and lows, success and setbacks. Probably none of us exempt from facing difficulties, failure or moment of defeat. However, it is these very moments which define our character and shape our destinies. The notion that the greatest glory in living is not in avoiding failure, but in rising after each fall, remind us that adversity is not something to be feared, but to be embraced. It is in our moment of failure and despair that we discover the true essence of resilience and determination and the strength of our spirit. Mr. President, at the same time, this court also acknowledges the inherent difficulty of rising after a fall. It's not always easy to bounce back from setbacks, especially when they feel overwhelming and demoralizing. However, by reminding us that greatest glory in living comes from rising after a fall, Mandela is inspiring us to tap into our inner strength and resilience and keep pushing forward even in the face of adversity. Ultimately, by embracing a mindset of resilience and determination, we can overcome challenges and achieve success. No matter how many times we may fall along the way, this quote serves as a powerful reminder that failure is not the end of the story. It's just a setback that we have power to overcome. Whenever we face a setback or encounter a failure, we have a choice. We can either choose to stay down, dwell in self-pity or blame external circumstances, or we can choose to rise, dust ourselves off and carry forward with newfound wisdom and strength and keep pushing forward even in the face of adversity, as Allama Iqbal quoted and I said. Failure is not fatal until we surrender. Trying again is the key to glorious victory. Dear audience, let us look some examples from our history and our contemporary world which exemplify this principle. Nelson Mandela, following his own principle, was able to become first black president of South Africa. If it wasn't for that type of thinking, South Africa will not be where it's at today. It was his drive to overcome challenges and achieve success that South Africa is what it is today. Being able to climb back up and succeed after a failure is the only way of really achieving success in capturing or living a dream, a hope, or a goal. Another inspiring example is of Thomas Edison, one of the greatest inventor of all time, famously said, "I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Edison's relentless determination to succeed in inventing electric light bulb led to one of the most significant innovation in the history. Mr. President, what all these stories give us? These stories illustrate that there is no absence of failure, but the response to failure is what defines our journey and our destination. Richard Branson once said, "Do not be embarrassed by your failure. Learn from them and start again." Moreover, the process of rising after a fall often builds a resilience and character in a way that success cannot. It teaches us humility, empathy, and the value of hard work. It reminds us that true achievement is not handed to us in a silver platter, but is earned through perseverance and resilience. In conclusion, the failure and challenges are not obstacles to be avoided, but opportunity for growth and transformation. So, let us not fear failure, but rather welcome it as a teacher and as a friend. Let us remember that our greatest triumph often follow our most significant setback. And let us take a pride in the fact that human spirit is at its highest when it refuses to be defeated. Because the journey of 1,000 miles starts from one. Thanks for your attention.
Our next competitor is Aruj Qazi. And Muhammad Abdullah Khan, please come closer to the stage. Okay.
If we strive, 'tis no disgrace, though we did not win the race. What should you do in that case? Try again. Honorable Chief Guest, worthy judges, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. Are you aware that out of the 7.8 billion people on this planet, only a mere 8% actually succeed in achieving their goals? They believe in the saying that the greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising after every fall. Life is not just black and white, it's a shade of gray. It's filled with ups and downs. We all face hardships. We all face failures. But it is perseverance that puts us back on our 2 feet. What is perseverance? It is the ability to keep on moving no matter what, no matter how hard things get. It is the key to success in any endeavor, whether it be personal, professional, or social. Why is perseverance so important? The answer is actually very simple. As said by Sun Yat-sen, the key to success is an action, and the essential in action is perseverance. Failure is not the opposite of success, it is a part of success. It is only a stepping stone towards victory. Think of some of the most influential people in history. Think of J.K. Rowling, who faced rejection after rejection before publishing the all-time famous series Harry Potter. Think of Steve Jobs, who was fired from his own company before revolutionizing the technology industry. Now, what do they both have in common? They both faced hardships. They both faced challenges. So what makes them different? They were resilient. They never gave up. And this resilience is what brought them their greatness and their glory. And my dear audience, so can you. Each one of you has the ability to do remarkable things in life. Each one of you has the ambition, the talent, the potential, and the vision. Now, all that's left is to face your fears, to overcome your obstacles, and to believe in yourself. I repeat, believe in yourself, and then the sky is the limit. I would like to conclude my speech on the following note. Let's all resolve today. We will struggle, we will fall, but we will always rise back up, stronger than before. Thank you.
The next participant is Muhammad Abdullah Khan. And Aisha Arshad, please come closer to the stage. Thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Mr. President, honorable judges, and media audience. Today, I, Muhammad Abdullah Khan, stand before you to delve into the profound words of Nelson Mandela, a man who embodied the spirit of resilience and perseverance. He once said, and I quote, "The greatest story lies not in never falling, but in rising every time you fall." Ladies and gentlemen, this simple yet powerful statement encapsulates the essence of human strength and the ability to triumph over adversities. Ladies and gentlemen, life is a journey filled with ups and downs, a continuous ebb and flow of challenges and triumphs. It is inevitable that we will face obstacles, experience setbacks, and stumble along the way. However, it is not in the avoidance of these falls that we find true glory, but rather in the courage to rise again. As the Japanese saying goes, fall 7 times, stand up 8th. Ladies and gentlemen, history echoes with the extraordinary individuals who have embodied the spirit, etching the names in the annals of time, not by avoiding adversity, but rather by conquering it. Ladies and gentlemen, Nizami says, and I quote, "In the hour of adversity, do not be without hope, for crystal rain falls from dark black clouds." Let us start with the example of Saifullah, the swords from the swords of Allah Azza wa Jal, Khalid bin Walid radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, who won over 100 battles and never lost any. Ladies and gentlemen, Khalid bin Walid, the very man who in a single battle broke 9 swords fighting the enemy, yet he never backed down. Ladies and gentlemen, Nelson Mandela, a man who was imprisoned for 27 straight years for his fight against the apartheid in South Africa, becoming a beacon of hope. When he became the first president of South Africa in 1994. Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Hawking, diagnosed with ALS at the age of just 21 years. He went on to become one of the most renowned theoretical physicists of our time, despite the debilitating effects of his disease. Helen Keller, who lost her sight, Mr. President, Helen Keller, who lost her sight and hearing at the age of just 19 months, became a world-renowned author, lecturer, and an activist. Albert Einstein, who was rejected from his dream university, went on to become one of the most influential scientists of 20th century, developing the theory of relativity. Ladies and gentlemen, Sultan Salahuddin Ayyubi, who unified the whole Muslim world and led them to victory in the Third Crusade. He fought adversity his whole life. Ladies and gentlemen, Tariq bin Ziyad, He led his army across the Strait of Gibraltar. That was unconquerable. He led his army, and upon landing facing the enemy of 100,000 men, he ordered his ships burned so his army could not lose heart and flee, and said to them while addressing them that, "Oh, my warriors, whither would you flee? Behind you is the sea, before you the enemy, and hence emerging victorious. This is the greatness that lies in rising every time you fall." Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to say that let us all promise to ourselves to never give up on our dreams due to setbacks. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all stand tall in the face of adversities, and let us show the world that the greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time you fall. Thank you. That's all.
The next competitor is Aisha Arshad. And Javeria Bakar, please come closer to the stage.
Are riches worth the getting? They must be bravely sought. With wishing and with fretting, the boon cannot be bought. To all the prize is open, but only he can take it who says with Roman courage, "I'll find a way or make it." Honorable guests and my dear fellow students, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Aisha Arshad, and today we're all gathered here to explore a famous saying. Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "The greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall." This quote reveals the power of perseverance, an ability which keeps us trying until we succeed. Islam teaches perseverance. During times of deep trial and despair, Allah reminds us that all are tried and tested in their lives, but the true believers face every trial with patience, perseverance, and prayer. As Allah Almighty says, "O believers, seek comfort in patience and prayer. Allah is truly with those who are patient." Madam President, few individuals have left as indelible a mark on history as Nelson Mandela. As the first black president of South Africa, Mandela was an iconic figure in the fight against racism and a symbol of hope and perseverance for millions around the world. Among his many memorable words, this quote stands out as a testament to his resilience and unshakable spirit. His journey reminds us that indeed the greatest glory of life is not in never failing, but in trying and standing up every time you fail. Walt Disney's success too did not come easily. As a young man, he was fired many times. He faced a barrage of rejection, was told he would never make it, and that Mickey Mouse, his passion project, was destined to fail. Well, the rest is history. Madam President, our dear Pakistan, in fact, is a product of perseverance of many Muslims who laid their lives but never once stopped believing that Pakistan was meant to be. It is a result of their constant struggle and determination that gave us the gift of Pakistan. As Walt Disney said, all dreams can come true if you have the courage to pursue them. From a very young age, we're taught that failing is bad and something to fear. But that is purely not true. What we only need to ask ourselves is, what's the worst that can happen if you fail? And then we'd realize that in fact, failure is not an end, but a symptom of a new beginning. And that is why how we react to the failure determines the outcome. Take the example of our leaders. It was the spirit of perseverance which urged Mandela to stand against racism while being imprisoned for over 3 decades. It was this spirit which led Muhammad Ali Jinnah to continue Pakistan movement with such skill and tenacity that both Congress and the British government had no choice but to surrender to the partitioning of India. And finally, and most importantly, it was this spirit which helped the Holy Prophet to preach a religion, find a state, and build a nation out of a ferocious and barbarous society into a just and fair state. Now, I want to ask you a few questions. What do you think led to these people's accomplishments? Was it some kind of magic that made them succeed, that ushered them to the heights of glory? What pushed them forward? What kept them going even when they faced challenges? Was it not their courage and sheer determination to rise above the failure that led to their triumph? What do you think would have happened if our leaders did not possess the power of perseverance? What do you think would have happened if they surrendered to the hardships? Then we would not have been blessed with the religion of Islam or the land of Pakistan today. Then we would not have the example to look up to understand that the path to success is really smooth, but with courage and determination we can rise every time we fall. In the end, I would like to quote Winston Churchill. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It's the courage to continue that counts. I thank you all.
Welcome to the Ma'am Fatma Tahira of Registration and Sports. The next participant is Javeria Wakkar. And Amara Hussain, please come closer to the stage. Thank you.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to delve into a profound topic that holds immense significance in our lives. The concept of transcending failure and rising triumphantly after every fall. By saying that the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling but in rising every time we fall, Nelson Mandela is reminding us that failures and setbacks are an inevitable part of life. What's more important is how we respond to these challenges. What's more important is whether we have the courage and determination to pick ourselves up. And what's the most important is how we keep moving forward. Dear audience, it's okay if you failed. You fell flat on your face and now you're in a deep, dark place. But here's the thing. Failure is not the end, not even close. It is not even remotely near the end of your story. In fact, in many ways, it signals a new beginning, spring, and revolution. Now I know failure hurts, it stings, and to put it bluntly, it's embarrassing. You put all your hopes and dreams on the line, telling all your friends and family members that you were the one going to make it, you were going to be the one to succeed. Instead, what happened? You failed. But my dear audience, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every single time we fall. When you fall, you must rise again. Like the glitch goes, the phoenix does rise from the ashes. Yet just because you fail one time, you shouldn't let that moment burn you for a lifetime. Use it to fuel you, not to hinder you. Dear audience, when you fall, you create a foundation that will support you well into the annals of success and straight into the halls of fame and fortune. Of course, nothing in this life is guaranteed, so don't expect that to happen. But what you can expect is to win as long as you don't give up. There is a Japanese proverb that goes like this: fall down 7 times, stand up 8. Failure is a part of life. It always has been. That much is for certain. It is the part of the process, but what you have to do is to get back up every single time you fall and try again and again. Now I know, it was that same epic failure that led me to discover just how some of the most famous and successful people fail the most times. Respected jury, these are the people you and I know as being the most successful in the history. Yet, they battled failure. Not once, not twice, not even hundreds of times. Some of them endured failure thousands thousands upon thousands of times over. Go read the stories and see for yourself. And know this, you must rise every single time you fall. You see, our greatest glory in life has everything to do with the failure, not success. Success is great and also, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't take a firm foundation. It only blusters ego and self-gratification. Dear audience, this is the only way to embrace the true abundance that you are meant to have in life. If you keep jumping ship and crawling away between your tail, between your legs every single time you fail, you're not gonna live the life of your dreams. Instead, you must dig in your heels and stand tall. Let life throw its worst at you, then dress through that storm with power and grace. In concluding the above discussion, I would say, do not relent. Keep striving and pushing until you get what's meant to be yours in life. There is no other way to attain glory. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
The next participant is Amara Hussain. And Muhammad Usman Arif, please come closer to the stage. Thank you.
Honorable judges and respected teachers, good morning and assalamu alaikum. Today, I am here to conduct a declamation on the topic, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Although it is an admirable principle of leading life, but the question is, are we the real implementers of it? Worthy audience, I request you all to undergo a retrospection of that part of your life where you experienced the nexus of failures and complications. What was your reaction towards them? Did you undergo a setback or comeback? Were you able to understand that life is a maze where you need to be an Iron Man to face the tragedies it brings? Al-Ghazali, a great Islamic scholar, once said, and I quote, "Desire makes slaves out of kings, and patience makes kings out of slaves." Dear audience, the task ahead of you is never greater than your own strength. It is the crippling and paralyzing fear within you that hinders your progress. So never trust your fears. Learn to trust your aptitudes despite falling, because they are the sole companions of yours to open the door of success for you. Just look at the unflinching willpower of the Japanese nation, which assisted it in re-strengthening its roots in the world after the terrible devastation of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. In the exalted words of Helen Keller Rice, there is no night without a dawning, no winter without a spring, and beyond the dark horizon, our hearts will once more sing. The same aspect of life comes in the holy words of Quran. Do not lose heart or despair. If you are true believers, you have the upper hand. Today, our history witnesses the warriors of desperation. Whether it was the King Bruce of Scotland who learned persistence from a spider, or J.K. Rowling who received 12 rejections before the first Harry Potter, whether it was Walt Disney who was ridiculed by a newspaper editor, or Henry Ford whose first 2 automobile companies failed, whether it was Thomas Edison who failed 10,000 times before the invention of the light bulb, or Dr. Martin Luther King who received C grade in his speaking skills. All of them proved that constant dripping hollows out a stone. But if I do the analysis of the present scenario of our youth on this perspective, a completely contradictory panorama is observed. Today, our youth is ignorant of understanding that failure does not become the true obstacle in their journey towards success. Rather, the dangerous well of anxiety and depression in which it throws them becomes the real stigma of their lives. Currently, hundreds of medical students who remain unable to clear the MD test fall prey of despondency and destroy their careers. regard to such turning point of life, Jimmy Dean once said, and I quote, "I cannot change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sail to always reach my destination." Respected judges, each day brings new events, new complexities and new challenges, and all of these components together make each day unique from the previous one. But does each new day brings potentiality to us to fight against our weaknesses and losses? If it does, then remember that victory, despite downfalls, is not farther away from you. Let's take an oath today together to bring a positive transformation in our characters in means of courage, self-reliance, and fearlessness. I would like to conclude my speech with the quoted words of Rudyard Kipling. "If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, yours is the earth and everything that's in it." Thank you.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह के फजल करम से इंटर लेवल पे ये कंपटीशन जारी रहेगा, लेकिन अल्लाह के हुक्म के मुताबिक नमाज जुम्मा का वक्फ़ा किया जाता है। 1 बजे जामा मस्जिद फेडरल बोर्ड में बाजमात नमाज जुम्मा अदा की जाएगी। तो ये बच्चे लंच भी कर लें, तकसीम हो गया। अगर कोई डियर स्टूडेंट्स ऑनरेबल टीचर रह गया है तो वो अपना लंच ले लें, इंतज़ामिया मौजूद है। इंशाल्लाह जो ही नमाज जुम्मा ख़त्म होगी 1 बजे शुरू होगी, 1:20 पे, और 1:30 बजे का दोबारा। डियर स्टूडेंट्स, ऑनरेबल टीचर, जो ही नमाज जुमा ख़त्म हो आपने हाल में आ जाना है, और ये सिलसिला जहाँ टूट रहा है वहीं से शुरू हो जाएगा। अल्लाह हम
our collective errors and mistakes. Let us equip ourselves with useful knowledge, economic strength, and unified political power so that we can improve our future. Let us learn from our mistakes instead of repeating them in endless circles so that we can improve our ignoble status. Let us remember the words of Mary Curie. Life is not easy for any of us. But what of that? We must have perseverance and above all, have confidence in ourselves. We must believe that we are gifted with something, and this thing must be attained. I thank you for your patience.
The next competitor is Rafia Iman, and Anam Jamshed, please come closer to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum to all present. My esteemed audience, have you ever contemplated the distinction between ordinary and extraordinary? Have you ever observed why, in various domains of life, only certain individuals are celebrated and revered? Have you ever wondered why a failure in your own life turned out to be something so unexpectedly beautiful or life-changing? There's a saying that goes like, perseverance is the key to success. That right there is our answer. Because the people who are remembered and those who turn out to be extraordinary are the ones who persevered viewing their failures and their hardships. Because one of the most devastating circumstances in life revolves around failure. When we pour our heart and our souls into an endeavor and it fails, it results in a catastrophic upheaval in our lives. When we fail, everything turns upside down. Everything we ever wanted seems to disappear into thin air. But my audience, what if I told you that this failure is actually not the opposite of success, but just an essential part of the journey towards success? These aren't signs to stop. Yes, they might hurt a little, but they serve a greater purpose once you reach the other end. So, don't give up just yet. Chris Branford once said, and I quote, "Anyone can give up. It's the easiest thing to do. But to hold it together when everyone expects you to fall apart is true strength." My audience, it means that strength actually grows in the moments when you think you can't go on, but you keep going anyways. This lesson can be learned from a lot of other things. For instance, from nature. A river flows minute after minute, day after day, continuously. Thousands of years later, a Grand Canyon forms. The river still flows, the waters reaching the destination they were set for. Or we could talk about babies. Even though they're not the smartest creatures yet, they still know to never give up. They fall and get back up again hundreds of times while learning to walk, which in the end, they do. Or my audience, imagine people like Quaid-e-Azam who struggled day and night despite the odds in order to provide a separate homeland, a separate state for the Muslims of the subcontinent. Or Muniba Mazari, a Pakistani woman who unfortunately lost the ability to walk due to an accident in 2008. But she did not let that stop her. She did not let her disability bring her down, and she became the Iron Lady of Pakistan. Or Helen Keller, who became the first blind person to receive a bachelor's degree in arts and proved to the world that anything and everything is possible. And oh, the irony when Walt Disney was told that he wasn't creative enough. Then there's also people like Cristiano Ronaldo, a pretty well-known name from the football industry. He wasn't born a legend. No one is. But he did something early on that raised the trajectory of his life. When people doubted his skill and his future in the sport, he used up all this doubt as his fuel, and he proved each and every single one of those people wrong. And you, my audience, could also take yourselves as an example. In fact, I'm pretty sure you've all faced many obstacles in your life, but you overcame them. You persevered and you reached the place where you are at today.
My audience, it is said that you have to fight through some bad days in order to get to the best ones. And one of the most important steps towards those best days is to think positive and to work hard, no matter the circumstances. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, do not be afraid, for I am with you, seeing and listening. He also says that Allah does not burden a soul more than it can bear. It means that we should not be downhearted and we should give our best every time and leave the result to Allah, and He will surely help us succeed. Winners never quit and quitters never win. Failure is not necessarily a bad thing, but giving up after the failure definitely is. Even if you fail countless times, giving up should never, ever be an option, and you must always get back up and try again and again and again. Because my audience, our greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in getting up every time we fall. Thank you.
The next competitor is Anam Jamshed. And Muhammad Arham Zahid, please come closer to the stage.
Mr. President, my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. I'm here to present a speech on the topic, the greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising each time we fall. فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا, and verily, with every ease comes hardship. Perseverance is indeed the key to achieve greatness. It's the unwavering ability to keep pushing forward until you reach victory. As Benjamin Franklin wisely pointed out, the indomitable spirit of persistence can overcome any obstacle. Consider this. Life, it's a series of trials and triumphs. The greatest glory is not reserved for those who never stumble, but for those who courageously rise each time they fall. Failure in this very context is not a roadblock, but rather a signpost pointing towards a new beginning. It is said that the only guarantee for failure is to stop trying. Mr. President, this sentiment resonates very deeply. Just as when we were learning to walk, we stumbled countless times, yet we persevered until we could take confident steps. Life mirrors this very experience in many ways, urging us to persist despite the setbacks. There's a timeless wisdom in the saying, the one who gives up with ease is a fool. The wise person labors with determination. Yet, one must choose the things that one can do and go full steam ahead. The essence of success lies in discerning your capabilities and pursuing your goals with unyielding determination. We encounter moments of despair and doubt, but it's essential to keep striving. As Abigail Adams astutely noted, great difficulties may be surmounted by patience and endurance. Patience and resilience can lead us out of even the darkest tunnels. The truth is, after facing failure, many people ask themselves, how many times should I fail before I give up or try something new? The answer is simple. Don't change your goals. Change your plan. Ambitious objectives are meant to challenge us, and if they were easy, everyone would achieve them. It's the difficulties and setbacks that make your journey meaningful. Throughout history, countless luminaries have endured numerous failure on their paths to success, but they never relented. They kept pushing forward, and they're going to keep going no matter what. Remember, if you're currently grappling with hardships, it's not everlasting. Life challenges are fleeting, and what truly matters is your capacity to learn from mistakes, surmount adversity, and keep progressing. In conclusion, perseverance is not an unending marathon. It's a series of short races, one after another. As you navigate life's twists and turns, consider this. The path to success is often lined with setbacks, challenges, failures, and what not. However, it's these obstacles, these very obstacles, that mold us into stronger, more resilient individuals. By embracing perseverance, you not only unlock your true potential, but also discover thousands of new ways. It's about the journey of self-discovery, growth, and ultimately achieving your dream. Please remember, success is not solely measured by the absence of failure, but by your determination to rise above it. Thank you.
The next competitor is Muhammad Arham Zahid. And Ahmed Ullah Tarir, please come closer to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you in order to reflect on a profound truth that has echoed throughout the history, and that is, the greatest glory lies not in never falling, but rather in rising every time we fall. Let's imagine a world where success is granted without any hard work and there are no obstacles in any way. It seems interesting, but actually it's not. One can never know his strength and his weaknesses. One can never enjoy the luster of victory. We have many examples of individuals in history who have worked really hard for their cause and have faced several difficulties, but at last emerged victorious in their fields. The greatest example is of Thomas Edison, the first person to invent the bulb. He had faced several problems in his life and in his invention, but at last succeeded. His famous saying, "I have not failed, rather I have found several thousand ways that don't work." We also have the example of J.K. Rowling, who had been rejected several times for her manuscript of Harry Potter, but she remained resilient, kept up the hard work, and at last, from the ashes of rejection, she rose to be one of the most celebrated authors of all time. Mr. President, allow me to explain this. We, in our personal lives, encounter many failures that test our mettle. But these failures, they provide us an opportunity to rise to the glory. For example, the end of a relationship, the loss of a job, or a health crisis. They seem to be an insurmountable problem. But ladies and gentlemen, they are not. Rather, they provide us an opportunity to test ourselves. Honorable judges, Kintsugi, it is a beautiful line that beautifully describes the sentiment. According to this, a broken pottery is treated with lacquer, powdered gold, platinum or silver. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, trust me, the treated object becomes much more beautiful than the original one. Now this gives us a lesson that whenever we encounter a failure, we should treat it in such a way that our present life becomes much more beautiful than our past. And at last, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to leave you with some golden words. That the greatest glory lies not in the absence of failure, but rather in the strength we summon from the presence of failure. Just treat your failure as an opportunity to rise, as an opportunity to learn and succeed, as an opportunity to find the extraordinary resilience that lies within you, and as a stepping stone towards glory. May each fall be a chance to rise higher and shine brighter. Thank you.
The next competitor is Ahmedullah Tarir. And Palwasha Nasir, please come closer to the stage.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Life will sometimes feel like a fight. The punches, jabs, and hooks will come in the form of challenges, obstacles, and failures. Yet, if you stay in the ring and learn from those past fights, at the end of each round, you will be still standing. Mr. President, honorable judges, and my dear fellow students, Assalamu alaikum. I have a question for you. Have you ever failed? Has ever life knocked you down? Well, I'm here to tell you that the greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Imagine a world where success was effortless. All the paths were free of obstacles. A life devoid of failure might seem enticing, but in reality, it would lack the luster of true. It would lack the luster of true. It would lack the luster of true achievement. It is through our stumbles, our falls, our missteps that we discover our resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that the absence of failure is not that defines you, rather how you respond to it. Each fall, each failure is a lesson, an opportunity to learn, rise, evolve, adapt, and become a better version of ourselves. And become a better version of ourselves. We do not become stronger by avoiding obstacles. Rather, we become stronger by confronting them head on and by learning from our mistakes. Ladies and gentlemen, remember that mistakes have the power to turn you into something better than you were before. When we fall, we have a choice, either to stay down or to rise up and try again. It is the latter that brings us true glory. Throughout the history, we have heard about the tales of individuals that embrace the failures, and emerge stronger. Think of Thomas Edison. Marie Curie, and Rosa Parks, Martin Luther, when one of my favorites, King Robert Bruce. King Robert Bruce ruled over Scotland, and he had been defeated many times by the British army. He totally lost his hopes, and he ran into a cave to save his life. While he was standing there and stay there, he looked at the spider who was down, and he was trying to reach its cobweb. It fell down again and again and again, but never gave up. But never gave up. This gave courage to the king. He tried again. He changed his mind to fight, to rise once again. And guess what? This time, he won the battle. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm here to tell you that the failures will encounter you in many times in your life. But remember that the greatest glory lies not in falling, but in rising every time we fall. Here's an example. The Japanese concept of kintsugi beautifully captures this sentiment. Kintsugi is an art of repairing broken pottery with lacquer of golden powder and platinum. The result is a beautiful amended pot, which is an excellent example. In the same lives, in our lives, we can take this example of golden lacquer as the failures, setbacks. The extract of my topic lies in the Japanese proverb, Nana koriyak, Nana korobi yasoki. Fall down 7 times, get up 8. Let us embrace our failures and learn from them and use them as stepping stones towards success. And learn them from stepping stones to success. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The next participant is Palvisha Nasir, and Oj Fatma, please come closer to the stage.
In life's grand stage, where we all play a part, there's a truth we must hold close to the heart. It's not in the fall where we stumble and sprawl, but in rising once more, there we find glory for all. Friends, academics, judges, and guests of honor, may Allah's peace, blessings, mercy, and love be with all of you. Many of my peers have already shed enough light on how the greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Some of them have also praised the person, Nelson Mandela, who has left this great lesson for humans. But I believe we must also pay a heartfelt tribute to the genuine struggle, a homage to Nelson Mandela, who was imprisoned for 27 years. Yes, my friends, 27 years for his activism against apartheid in South Africa. It is terrific, friends, how after his release, he emerged stronger and became the country's first black president. Let us now pay homage to the struggle of African American slaves. The exploitation of their basic human rights, the forced labor, the inhuman physical and emotional abuse. Life for them had never been crystal clear. But did they ever give up? Did they ever quit? No. In fact, the 2020 George Floyd incident shows that they are still struggling to climb the broken staircase. Have you heard of the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955? It was when a single lady, yes my friends, a single African lady, Rosa Parks, took a stand against racism in USA and refused to give up her seat to a white man. And this courageous stand against racial segregation propelled Martin Luther King to fight for civil rights. King fell many times, was even put behind bars, but each time he fell, he came back stronger. Why? Because he had a dream. And even his tragic assassination in 1968 could not make him give up, as his dream is still alive. Another glorious example is the struggle of Muslims, especially at the Battle of Uhud, where they had to face a huge setback, but they rose up after this fall and conquered Makkah. I believe it is Allah who wants to test us if we are ready for his services in both good and bad times. With all this, my friends, how can I forget about our dear Palestinians? The kind of oppression that they have to face today is hard to find in human history. But I must say, salute to their brave hearts. I also believe Allah, the Almighty, is surely watching over the Palestinians today, who are not ready to quit against all the odds, and the outcome will be in their favor, inshallah. I'm sure, friends, many of you have heard of Jahangir Khan, the greatest and fittest player in the history of squash, who had to undergo 2 surgeries. Besides that, he also had to face an emotional setback, the sudden death of his brother Torsam Khan, also one of his coaches. Now, these adversities could have made anyone give up on their dreams, but Jahangir Khan, he used these adversities as his strength. My fellow students, I'm sure many of us are facing many challenges, right? Some of us are struggling in exams, others are struggling with application deadlines. A few of us are dealing with health issues, and many of our seniors are dealing with visa delays and visa rejections. But is it the end of the road? No. In fact, these are just some temporary roadblocks that we can work to overcome. Remember, we are not born to survive, but to thrive. With each stumble, we learn and we grow. In the face of defeat, our inner strength shows. For glory is to defeat, we must recall it's in rising from the ashes after each fall. Thank you.
Our next competitor is Oj Fatma, and Ana Maheen, please come closer to the stage. Thank you.
As I look back on my life, I realize that every time I thought I was being rejected from something good, I was actually being redirected to something better. Ladies and gentlemen, respectable judges, honorable chief guests, the House today is witnessing the winning key of a successful life being discussed, both philosophically and logically. Yes, I second the idea that glory lies not in never falling at all, but rising after each fall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the formula of a successful life. But what is success? It is not the absence of failure, for one who doesn't fail has not been made eligible for success by experience. Success, my dear audience, is no accident, but it is learning, studying, hard work, perseverance, and most of all, passion of which we are to achieve. This is what we call success. But these concepts of determination and steadfastness are those which are not new to us. From our early childhood stories, we have been told several trials that led to accomplishment. Who doesn't remember the story of King Robert Bruce, who fought the English 6 times, yet lost each time, and while hidden in a cave, disheartened, he was stopped by a struggling spider that the only guarantee for failure is to stop trying. So he persevered and proved that setbacks are not roadblocks, but detours leading to triumph. My dear audience, do not be disheartened by the inevitability of challenges, but embrace them as opportunities to refine your skills and determination. Let's recall what Thomas Edison once said after thousands of vain attempts. I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that don't work. It was this persistence of his that led to one of the most transformative inventions in history. This mindset is the essence of perseverance, the willingness to keep trying until you find a way that does work. But my dear audience, I agree that it is easy to give up when things get tough. I agree that it is easy to think you cannot make it through. I agree that it is way too easy to blame your circumstances and quit. But respectable judges, let me tell you that the fear of failure is what comes in our way and gives us this ease. This fear of failure does not exist to stop us from learning or trying. A well-known psychologist and philosopher of the 20th century, Alfred Adler, gives us a new perception of fear and makes us see failure in a different light. Adler encourages us to use our fears and our insecurities as a fuel to boost our determination and motivation. This ultimately leads to persistence, which is a tool sufficient to overcome any failure, get back up on your feet, and play our part on what Shakespeare calls the stage of life. The world of boxing too teaches us the same. As the world-famous boxing champion Muhammad Ali says, "You do not lose if you get knocked down. You lose if you stay down." So, my dear audience, failure is the key cause that stops us, limits us, fails us to achieve what was right there ready to be taken. But let me tell you, respectable judges, that failure is the key element that pushes us, motivates us, and strengthens us to go back, make another effort, and grab tightly what was standing there ready to be taken with our perseverance. So, in conclusion, what do we conclude from this? That in the path of success, rising and falling both go hand in hand, both play reciprocal to each other. But after each stumble, I emphasize that we must rise. Maybe in a new direction, maybe on a different path that our previous mistakes made us see, but necessarily we must rise, because glory lies not in never falling, but in rising each time you fall. Thank you, everyone.
Next competitor is Anam Maheen and Aqsa Farhad. Please come closer to the stage.
Worthy Mr. President, honorable judges, and everyone present here, Assalamu alaikum. In our journey through life, we often strive for perfections, chase success, and dream of a world where failure is a stranger to us. We envision a life devoid of stumbling blocks, where every step is a sure-footed one. However, reality paints a different picture. Life, by its very nature, is unpredictable and often challenging. And in this unpredictable journey, we must understand that falling is not a sign of weakness, but an inevitable part of our growth. As George Bernard Shaw said, and I quote, "When I was young, I observed that 9 out of 10 things I did were failures. So I did 10 times more hard work." The true essence of our existence lies not in never falling, but in our response to it. It's about how we summon the courage to rise every time life knocks us down. It's about the indomitable spirit that refuses to surrender. It's the unwavering determination to dust off the dirt and keep moving forward. Now, think of the great men and women who have left an indelible mark on the pages of history. Were they immune to failure? Did they never stumble or falter? The answer is a resounding no. They too faced adversity, rejection, despair. Yet what sets them apart is their ability. It's their ability to rise after every fall, every time life knocks them down. A dream doesn't become reality through magic. It takes sweat, determination, and hard work, of course. 10th December 1914. There was a massive explosion in West Orange, New Jersey, USA. 10 buildings owned by the legendary inventor Thomas Edison were engulfed by flames. 6 to 8 fire departments were rushed to the scene, but couldn't curb the chemical fuel inferno. After having tried all that he could, as Thomas Edison stood there calmly looking at his entire life, the fire destroying his entire life's hard work, his 24-year-old son Charles came over and stood next to him. And in a childlike voice, Edison said to his son, "Charlie, go and get your mother and her friends. They'll never be able to see a spectacular fire like this in their entire life." Astonished and shocked by his father's response, Charles said, "Our entire factory is being burned down to ashes, Dad." Thomas Edison replied in a complete composure and said, "Yes, son. Yes, I know that our entire factory is being burned down to ashes, but all the mistakes we have made so far in the building of this factory have also been burned down to ashes, and we will start all over again tomorrow." Few individuals have left an indelible mark on the pages of history, such as Nelson Mandela. The simplest example, Nelson Mandela, the first black president of South Africa. Mandela was an iconic figure in the fight against apartheid and a hope for millions around the world. And among all the memorable words he shared throughout his life, one quote stands out as a testament to his resilience. Every time life knocks you down, you shouldn't dismotivate yourself. And life is filled with challenges, setbacks, and disappointments. And instead of focusing on the negative aspects of life, you should learn from it. You should grow from it. You should learn from all the mistakes you have made so far. So let us all embrace our falls, for they are the catalyst of our existence. And let us all learn from our mistakes. This is the true greatness of the glory. Thank you.
The next participant is Aqsa Farhad and Muhammad Amir Safi. Please come closer to the stage.
As a child, he didn't start speaking until he was 4.
reading until he was 7, and was thought to be mentally handicapped. If he gave up and never persevered, Albert Einstein, the Nobel Prize winner's most important theories could not have been known. In life's unpredictable dance, we may falter and sprawl, yet the greatest glory is found in our resolve to stand tall. Honorable Chief Guest, worthy judges, and my dear audience, Assalamu alaikum. The topic on which I would share my stance is the greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. These words, often attributed to the greatest philosopher, encapsulate a timeless truth about the human experience. This saying reminds us that the essence of human achievement and personal development lies not in avoiding failure altogether, but in how we respond to it by rising each time we fall. Dear fellows, life is full of ups and downs, and we're bound to stumble along the way, but it's in those moments of falling that we have the opportunity to prove ourselves, to rise up, and to get back up after every setback. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tests us in this world through failures and trials. To succeed, believers must not let failures weaken their faith or shaken their resolve. As Allah says in Quran, verily, with hardship will come ease. Our prophets were rejected, tortured, and denied, but they didn't give up. Dear fellows, before success, some of the world's most successful people experienced epic failures. We celebrate their success, but often overlook the path that got them there, the path that is often marked with failure. Consider the example of Jahangir Khan, the greatest squash player whose fitness and stamina proved to be legendary, was born very weak with a hernia. He wasn't allowed to play squash, yet his indomitable will won him the title of the conqueror. Then we have the example of Japan's post-World War II recovery and transformation into an economic powerhouse that is often referred as Phoenix Miracle. The greatest risk yields the greatest reward, but you have to risk it over and over again until you create something. Winston Churchill said, and I quote, "Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts," end quote. Ladies and gentlemen, even a little spider can teach the great King Bruce the lesson to defy failure and despair. The persistent rise of Spider gave a positive spin to the thoughts of King Bruce and taught him that we are to be persistent and bold to achieve our aim of life. Dear fellows, to never fail in life would be an unrealistic inspiration, for challenges and obstacles are an inherent part of human condition. Wisdom lies in our ability to rise after we stumble. It's about resilience, determination, and the unwavering commitment to confront adversity. So my dear fellows, remember, the higher you aim, the higher you try. The higher you try, the greater you fall. But remember, the greater you fall, the brighter you shine. Subi Shah Massoud, the lion of Panjshir who invaded Soviet Union 56 times, be Salahuddin Ayyubi, who defeated a massive armies of crusaders in the Battle of Hattin and captured the city of Jerusalem, be Mahmud Ghaznavi, who conquered the Sumnat temple at 17th attempt. You get the idea. Your point of power is in never giving up. So my dear fellows, it's not the absence of falls that defines our greatness, but the unwavering commitment to rise each time we do. Embrace your falls, learn from them, and let them fuel your determination to reach new heights. In doing so, we can truly embody the spirit of these wise words and achieve the greatest glory of all. Thank you very much.
Next competitor is Muhammad Amir Safi. Sabiha Abid, please come closer to the stage.
In the face of defeat, I stand tall, resilience burning a fiery thrall. Knocked down hard, but I won't yield. Battle scars my unspoken shield. Aggressive grit, a roaring flame. Resilience ain't just a catchy name. Fierce as thunder, relentless might, I rise again, ready for the fight. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the battleground of life where each one of us has faced the fiery trials of defeat and emerged not as victims but as champions of resilience. Today I stand before you not as a stranger to the shadows of defeat but as a conqueror who has waltzed with the darkness and emerged into the dazzling light of persistence. As your eyes meet mine and the energy in this room crackles with anticipation, let me transport you to this very spot last year. Yes, I stood here then and I stand here once more, not as a mere survivor, but as a warrior who chose not the easy path of surrender, but the challenging road of defiance against hopelessness. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard these haunting whispers in your mind? I cannot do it. This is impossible. I should give up. I bet you have, for we all have. Today, let's not wallow in the despair of these moments, but unravel the profound truth that lies beyond the apparent futility of failure. From these very moments of despair, when failure creeps its cold fingers around the dreams, the seed of triumph is sown. The renowned poet A.E. Housman once wrote, and I quote, "To the best of us, all have fallen who did not fail at all." These words encapsulate a fundamental truth about the human experience. The glory does not lie in the fall itself, it lies in the courage to rise each time we are brought down to our knees. It is easy to revel in success, to bask in the warmth of achievement, but it is in the crucible of failure that true strength is forged. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up, for we are about to embark on a journey that does not confine itself to Western history. Instead, it unfolds in the rich tapestry of Islamic heritage. As we delve into the lives of extraordinary individuals, remember, the tales of resilience are not exclusive to one corner of the world. Prepare to witness the indomitable spirit of figures from Islamic history who, like their Western counterparts, face setbacks and soar to unprecedented heights. Picture Ibn al-Hisham, the polymath of optics, echoing Edison's tenacity, or Salahuddin Ayyubi, the paragon of military prowess, resonating with the story of Robert the Bruce, the Scottish king who, inspired by a spider's persistence in spinning its web despite repeated failures, found the strength to persevere. The narratives of Al-Idrisi, Ibn Khaldun, and Khalid ibn al-Walid will showcase that indeed the spirit to rise above failures and emerge victorious knows no geographical bounds. But hold on, we are not done. Failure isn't just a bitter pill, it is a powerful elixir that imparts resilience, humility, and the invaluable skill of adaptation. It is a harsh but necessary teacher, molding us into beings capable of weathering life's storms with finesse. As we navigate the unpredictable seas of life, let's not merely survive the falls. Let's thrive in them. Picture failure not as a foe, but as a companion, a tough love mentor on a journey to success. The glory we seek lies not in the absence of our failures, but in our ability to transform setbacks into stepping stones towards greatness. So here's to standing united in the face of adversity, to recognizing that the true measure of our character is not in our unyielding resolve, but in our unyielding resolve to rise fearless in the face of defeat, phoenix-like from the ashes of defeat. In the immortal words of Confucius, and I quote, "Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall." Embrace the failures, for they are the prelude to our most triumphant rises. Thank you, and let the symphony of resilience echo in our hearts.
The next participant is Sabiha Abid, and Manahil Fatma, please come closer to the stage. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow champions of resilience, Assalamu alaikum. Today, I stand before you to explore a timeless truth, one encapsulated in the profound words of Confucius. The greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Mr. President, I confess open-mindedly, I confess I fell. Yes, I fell. But hold on, listen to me, don't move, do not move away, do not look down upon me, do not ignore me, do not brush off my entity. Let me make my point. I'm not here to give lame excuses. I will not apologize. I will not beg for pity. I admit I fell. But falling is a proof that I tried to stand up at least. I did not lay down. I did not allow my knees to retire from their bold duty to make me stand. Falling is a proof that I was walking on some path. And if I had some path, this is a proof that I had a destination in my mind. And if I had a destination in my mind, this is yet another proof that I had a certain aim of life, some target in front of me. My life was not aimless. No matter if I fell, I still supersede those who did not even dare to move from their comfort zones, contended places, did not take a step out, did not have the courage to break the chain of their calm laziness. No reason in earth succeeded in ultimately stirring them up. I admit I fell, but keep in mind that I tried to stand. I exerted to walk, to proceed forward. Thus, let me make a claim, a self-evident claim that I am superior. If there are men, I am Superman. If they are a dewdrop, I am an ocean. If they are stars, I am the sky. Mr. President, when I am superior, I am glorified, I am dignified, I am crowned with the grace of never losing hope, crowned with the gem of never giving up, always up to my mission, always at my toes to rise to my vision. I fell on my way up, but I did not fall down to my effortlessness. Though I occasionally fall, but the point to be noted is that I always rise. I rise to occasion. I do not feel ashamed or shy from that occasion. I see in its size. Each time I fall, I reassemble myself again. I courageously recollect my vigor, proudly look back at the patch of the path I've covered. I ambitiously look at my destination ahead and faithfully look up to the stock of infinite blessings of Allah Almighty spanning around me. I take a deep breath, I smile, and my spirit echoes in the desert of flamboyant body. Dear audience, look around you. Look at this book for an instance. This great invention, which has revolutionized our daily lives, is the invention of the great Thomas Edison, who tirelessly experimented with 10,000 prototypes. Yes, 10,000 before inventing the electric bulb. He said, I've not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Consider the story of Wright brothers, whose quest for a powered flight was met with numerous setbacks, but they kept trying and trying, and it is their legacy that has transformed air travel forever. Consider Nelson Mandela, who remained in the clutches of failure for 27 years in prison, but rather than succumb to the weight of his circumstances, he rose from incarceration and led his nation into an era of transformation. As Winston Churchill says, success is not final, failure is not fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. Thank you all.
Manahil Fatma and Wakar Ali, please come closer to the stage. Thank you.
I thought. You may have to fight a battle more than once to win it, said Margaret Thatcher. I failed again. Character consists of what you do on the third and fourth tries, said James M. Michener. I failed again and again and again and again and... However, have I truly been defeated? Mr. President, respected panel of judges, and my fellow declamators, I require utter concentration, for the subject is in dire need of it. Life always provides us with two different choices, pathways, two distinct alternatives, one of which may lead us to victory, and the other which may lead us to ruination. We as humans have been granted with this extraordinary ability to be able to ponder, to deliberate. As a result, we strive to choose the path which will most likely lead us to triumph and save us from the, God forbid, failure. Naturally, we have the tendency to believe that the whole differentiating between the pathway to success and loss process is pretty straightforward. So it may seem as if it is absolutely impractical to even consider the fact that these two may be interconnected. Once a failure, always a failure, right? What if I put forth my testament that one cannot exist without the other? Mr. President, let me put forth the esteemed example of Nelson Mandela, the first president of South Africa, an anti-apartheid activist, but most importantly, the liberator of his people. The journey to his grace was not that of someone born with a silver spoon in their mouth. He was from a relatively mediocre background. Throughout his endeavor of overcoming communism, he was arrested at a young age. After being expelled from university, he had to work as a watchman in gold mines. Despite the repeated ejections, he continued to pave his way forward and did not stop at any point in time. Not even when he was sentenced to 27 years in prison, during which his son of 23 years had passed away and he was not allowed to attend his own son's funeral. After countless struggles and letdowns, he finally appeared victorious and his efforts had not gone futile. As Ernest has once said, beyond this path of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade. And yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. Mandela rose up with a different strategy each time in order to enhance his character. While doing so, he was simultaneously creating his own legacy. Due to such valiant exertion, he is remembered to this day and will be remembered for the years to come. And oh, would you look at that? Not for his collapse, but for his rebound. Thus, I stand here and ask myself, if a man who hasn't given up despite 52 years of continuous failure, how can you? If a man who can build himself an empire, why can't you? If countless others, whether men or women, rich or poor, warriors or pacifists, haven't given into the depthless, dark pools of hopelessness, how can you? As Ernest has once said, it's not the path, no matter how straight the path, how charged with punishments the scroll, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. So no, Mr. President, I've not been defeated. I've just been merely faced with a detour, which may cost me some time, but it will ultimately lead me to my destiny, my destination. Thank you.
Waqar Ali, Atikur Rahman, please come closer.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like the dust, I will rise. Prestigious chief guest, worthy judges, and respected audience, Assalamu alaikum. I am very glad to share my humble thoughts in this Augustus house on a very thought-provoking topic. That is, the greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Yes, Mr. President, these golden words resonate with the essence of human experience, culture, and circumstances. They remind us that life inevitably brings its share of trials and tribulations, and adversity is an integral part of our human journey. Respected sir, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Mr. President, it is commonly said that life is not a bed of roses. Yes, Mr. President, life is not a bed of roses. Those who think or take life comfortable and full of luxuries without any difficulty really live in fool's paradise. In fact, life is full of complexities and struggle. We have to struggle to achieve higher aims, and higher aims require greater struggle. In this struggle and effort, we may get failure. Yes, Mr. President, we may fail. It's all about how we react when we fail. But Mr. President, failure is not an end. It is a symptom of a new beginning. The important thing is to keep going despite setbacks. Respected sir, in our life, sorrows and happiness comes in succession like day and night. We must accept this fact in our life, but let us not forget that every dark cloud has its silver lining. Mr. President, let us not forget the countless individuals who have overcome their personal adversities, setbacks, and failures to achieve greatness. Let's take the golden example of our beloved Holy Prophet Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The kind, the just, the honest, the patient, and the transformer continued to spread his mission despite of many difficulties of his opponents. His opponents created many difficulties for him to spread Islam, but it was our beloved Holy Prophet Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam who tackled all the difficulties with great patience, tolerance, and with strong determination. Respected sir, our great leader, Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, didn't assume that he won't be able to get freedom for us. He trusted himself and went on with the motive of partition. Just imagine, yes, Mr. President, just imagine if he had not taken that initiative. Would you? Would I be standing here right now independently, freely delivering my speech? No, Mr. President, no. That would not be the case here. Respected sir, now the world famous personalities like Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, and Nelson Mandela, they are still recognized for their glorious success. Why, respected sir? Why? Because they did not set back at the dead end. They never quit their mission to achieve greatest glory, no matter how many times they had to fall. As it is said by Helen Keller, respected sir, now I would like to address my fellow friends and try my best to make them understand the real meaning of never falling. Dear friends, okay, you failed. You fell flat on your face, and now you are in a deep, dark place. I get it. I have been there. But here is the thing. Failure is not an end. Yes, my dear friends, failure is not an end. Here is the point. When you fall, you must rise again. Yet just because you failed, it doesn't mean you need to let that moment burn you for a lifetime. Use it to fuel you, not to hinder you. So, my dear friends, seize the moment and lift its full potential. If you do that, trust me, if you do that, you will rise after every fall and you will say, I am the master of my fate and I am the captain of my soul. Thank you.
The next participant is Atikur Rahman and Taimur Ahmed Qureshi. Please come forward.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficent, the real glory. The real glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time you fall. These enduring words of Nelson Mandela serve as a guiding light in our lives. Respected President, this is Atikur Rahman Malik of Bahria College, Islamabad, here to speak on this quote and remind you that success, it is not merely the absence of failure, but a testament to our ability to rise above adversity. In the grand tapestry of life, setbacks and failures are considered to be rips and tears in the fabric. But in reality, they are essential threads that weave our unique stories. Failure teaches us valuable experience and shows us not only our shortcomings, but also the ways to overcome them. Our ability to overcome adversity becomes a beacon of hope for all those navigating through the canyon of their own challenges. Our stories of resilience, not our tales of failure, ignite the flames of motivation in all those around us, as is evident in this piece of poetry. In life's journey, we stumble and fall, but our true glory is in rising, standing tall. With each stumble, we learn and we grow. Facing adversity, we let our strength show. In each challenge, our spirits stand strong. Testing our limits, we prove the doubters wrong. With every fall, we rise, we stand tall. Facing adversity, we give it our all. So, ladies and gentlemen, history is filled with examples of people who stood firm and did not let failure push them down. Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb, had to face numerous obstacles. He was hard of hearing and he could not study much in his childhood, but he carried on, saying, "I have not failed. I have just found 100,000 ways that won't work." In the field of human welfare, no one shines brighter than Abdul Sattar Ethi. He was a Pakistani humanitarian and a philanthropist who started in extreme poverty, but after seeing his dear mother fall ill and become paralyzed, he committed himself to the welfare of humanity. He became the founder of Ethi Foundation, the biggest charity and humanitarian organization of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, taking a step further back in history, Tipu Sultan's example cannot be disregarded in the military field. He was the ruler of the Indian state of Mysore who waged war against the invading British. He knew that he was no short of snakes in his ranks, but he fought bravely on the front lines before being martyred, weapons in hand. But, my dear audience, the most inspirational and heartbreaking example is of Hazrat Imam Hussain radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, the master of the martyrs. Facing the huge army of Yazid the Accursed, he led his small group of fighters in the desolate land of Karbala. His men were subject to horrors by Yazid's army, including having their water supply completely cut off. But they fought like lions to their last breaths before embracing martyrdom. So, ladies and gentlemen, these people's narratives tell us that glory is gained in persisting through failures, transforming the setbacks into stepping stones to success. It is in these moments of resilience that we unearth the indomitable strength of the human spirit. In conclusion, let us celebrate both our stumbles and triumphs, for it is in the cyclical rhythm of rising and falling that we discover the profound essence of real glory. Now, I would like to end my speech with a couplet. Fear not the wind, O falcon brave and keen, for it blows to help you soar in heights unforeseen. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time.
The next participant is Taimur Ahmed Qureshi and Muhammad Unib. Please come forward.
There's a saying, that you can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending. Ladies and gentlemen, members of this august house, I wish you all a very good morning on this pristine day. Now, according to an experiment, failure was found to be an essential prerequisite for success. It said that every winner has to begin as a loser. But hang on a second. Why is this relevant to my speech? Well, Mr. President, let me begin by asking, if there is a difference between winners and losers, then what is it that sets the winners apart? Their luck? Their persistence? Their goals? Well, to have a precise answer, we need to look at how most people perceive failure. I mean, some of you may see failure as a mere setback. Others may see it as pure disappointment. It varies from person to person. That's why it doesn't have a universal definition. But I know for a fact that most of you see failure as an obstacle. That explains why people don't even bother trying. Because when they see an obstacle, they pull back. And that's the truth. You know it's the truth. You may think that failure is what stands between you and your dreams. But the way I see it, the only thing standing between yourself and your dreams is you. Yourself. Now you're gonna think, wait, what? How? How am I the one standing between myself and my dreams? Think about this for a second. What happens when you lack self-confidence? What happens when you don't take persistent action? What happens when you have a stubborn mindset? You become your own impediment between yourself and your destiny. Mr. President, this is exactly what the topic of my speech says. People in our society fear failure so much that they would do anything to avoid it, even if it means letting go of an opportunity, because they want their record to be spotless, a perfect streak of victories. You know what's funny? We crave success, yet we fail to understand that failure is inevitable. Nothing you can do to avoid it. No matter how skilled you are, how cautious you are, each and every single one of us will have to face failure at some point. And such is life. I'll give you a pretty good example of this. In the early days of Islam, when Hazrat Muhammad ﷺ saw his followers starved and tortured, he must have felt like he had failed them. He must have felt defeated. After all, he too had to face setbacks just like any ordinary person. But the only difference was that he knew these problems had to be faced. He knew not to focus on the things that went wrong, but to keep moving forward despite scraped knees and bruised ego. He knew he had something to learn from them. فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْأُسْرِ يُسْرًا. So surely, with hardship comes ease. Look, I know failure can hurt you. I know it can make you doubt yourself, but come on! Can you really do anything to avoid it? You have to understand that it's a part of life. It's not an obstacle. It's an opportunity that you should seize to learn and grow from. So go ahead, make mistakes, make all you can, because remember, that is where you will find success. So, Mr. President, my dear audience, who do you want to be? Someone who's lazy, lethargic, and a laggard? Or someone who's fierce, fearless, and faithful? I'll leave you to think about that.
Next competitor is Muhammad Unib. And And Warda Shaheen, please come closer to the stage. Thank you.
Good timber does not grow with ease. The stronger wind, the stronger trees, the further sky, the greater length, the more the storm, the more the strength. By sun and cold, by rain and snow. In trees and men, good timbers grow. Ladies and gentlemen, failure, the entity we deem as the most horrible instance to occur in our lives, the point where we are bound to let ourselves break and be tied down to the shackles we all call giving up. But of course, failure is nothing like what we think it means. And the proof of it is you, all of you. Let me ask an honest question. Is there any one of you who sits here and considers themselves successful without a single failure in their entire life? No. Everyone must sail through their own storms to reach steady waters. And failure, it is just a part of it. Not failure, but low aim is a crime. Such profound words expressed by the American poet James Russell Lowell. And not just words, but a guideline for us to lead our lives into a better future. Have you ever thought to yourself, what if you don't opt for the dreams that you desire? What if you stand back and tread the path of normality everyone walks through because they're so afraid to walk their failures? If you do, then remember these words. If the path you walk seems too easy, then you are on the wrong path. As we dive deeper into the realms of failure and its profound impacts on our lives, the name of legends appear in our minds. Think about Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. He faced 1,000,000 failures, and yet his words are like this: I have not failed, I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Mr. President, imagine a world where failure did not exist, where everything we attempted was an immediate success. I mean, it is really funny, but let me tell you something. If that world existed, none of us would have known the true value of success. We would have thought that everything is so easy and everything could be achieved that there would be no difference between winners and losers. And that's what makes the point. And as I speak, we know that failure has been molding us into someone who is more confident, more reserved, and more resilient when it comes to facing failures in their life. So always remember, failure is not an enemy, but a companion with you to walk through these years of life. As I would like to conclude my speech, I would say the poem of Victus. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of a circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud under the bludgeonings of chance. My head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, lose but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds me and shall find me unafraid. No matter how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. I am the captain of my soul. Thank you.
Our second last competitor is Warda Shaheen, and Shareem Khan, please come forward.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful and the most beneficent. Honorable President, respected jury and your audience. I want you to imagine this. You are tired because of a hard work day, but you don't feel the tiredness, for all you have been working for was your goal. But a turning point in life hits you hard and you fail. You fail and you fall. This, my dear audience, is a ruling of life. When in life you feel you are finally destined to have success lie at your feet, might come the part where you feel more broken than ever. You feel your world collapsing. Everything comes falling down, like the buildings attacked by a tsunami or the burning forest trees in a wildfire. Nothing. Then you are left with nothing. The gates of dread open upon one, and we, as the fragile creatures, we submit to the circumstances. But dear audience, I don't want you to understand the misery of the situation that life may put you in, but the solution to this ruling, which we find in the saying of a famous Chinese philosopher, Confucius, which was also quoted by Nelson Mandela, a great political leader. The greatest glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Mr. President, failure is a stepping stone towards success. Today, we see many people all around us with the title of a successful career or life. Now, I want you to think about this for a moment. Do you know what a lot of them have in common? They were a nobody in their lives once, a somebody that usually wasn't recognized by much. But today, they might be the ones dominating the industry. Let me tell you of another anecdote. A man is bestowed with the responsibility of calling people to Allah. Though such a task holds immense importance, the messenger is mocked, taunted, made fun of, and even beaten for that purpose. He is no one but the only Prophet ﷺ. Even such a huge and important personality had to see the phases of failure to achieve further accomplishments in life. In fact, Pakistan's basis is also the Islamic ideology. The subcontinent had been under the British rule for almost 100 years, but the perseverance of our leaders, despite their failing attempts, is the reason we identify as Pakistanis. The British always tried to push away the voices of the people of the subcontinent and failed them in their attempt to achieve freedom. But dear audience, Pakistan is glorious. It is glorious because our leaders rose after they fell, and they rose so high that they created a new nation, a new country on the face of the planet. The untiring efforts of Qaid and other great leaders did pay off, and a new country came into being named Pakistan. Thus, this quote can be applied to various aspects of life, be it education or career. Embracing the idea that setbacks are opportunities for growth can foster resilience, adaptability, and a growth mindset. It encourages individuals to take risks, innovate, and pursue their passions without being held back by the fear of failure. Now, I would like to conclude my speech with one of my favorite quotes. The night is darkest just before the dawn, and I promise you the dawn is coming. So, O mankind, rise. Rise like never before. These are the times when we need determined people. But where will we find these determined and accomplished people? Within ourselves, within you and me. We will find these people because we have to become them. Even if we fall, we have to rise every time to be successful, to be glorious, and to be human again. Then we can tell each other, the dawn is finally here. Thank you very much.
Our last competitor of English speeches competition at SSC 2023 is Shuraim Khan.
January 17th, 1942. I entered the world as a black-caged bird in the city of Kentucky. Born in an African-American family, I had to face the harsh reality of being considered as an inferior to those of lighter complexion. My dark skin color denied me even the most basic rights. Growing up, I was grappled with confusion, questioning why everything good has to be white and not black. At the age of 22, I achieved the title of World Heavyweight Champion, also known as Cassius Clay. Despite bringing medals for my country, I was not allowed to eat at the restaurants. Why? Because I was a bloody black guy. They dragged me down, for I opposed the war in Vietnam. They called me a coward, for I refrained from killing innocent civilians. I had a choice to kill people and be rewarded. I had a choice to refrain and be punished, but I chose to stand for the rights of my people. I knew that the greatest glory was not being an ordinary soldier, but in being the greatest athlete of the century. So ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you as Muhammad Ali, the greatest of all time. I was not a boxer, I was a symbol, the black Superman, an embodiment of resilience and strength. My journey marked by challenges and transformative choices that serve to give the testament of the very notion that glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every single time we fall. My Lord, let me take you to the time when the world was filled with pollution, when the hope of life was slight and rare, but the girl had the fiery glare. Standing outside the Swedish parliament was a 15-year-old Greta Thunberg, timid yet resolute, little yet resourceful, calm but bold, quiet but courageous. She was in agony but hopeful. Despite the world's indifference, despite being arrested at the age of 15 years old, she still did not stop. Let me take you back to July 2013, when the world was filled with discrimination, when it was filled by shadows of hatred, bias and injustice, when the world said, "Don't you dare utter another word." Alicia Garza said, "Black Lives Matter." Nelson Mandela embraced to dismantle apartheid. Malala Yousafzai became a global advocate, and Martin Luther King Jr. soared to become a symbol for civil rights. Let me take you back 1400 years ago to a world where love was being killed, honesty being bought, battles being fought, hypocrisy being praised, and justice being denied. And then came hope. Hope from the womb of Amna. Hope with the name of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The awful became lawful. Intruder became truthful, and in the light of hope, he banished the darkness of ignorance and rose anew after the greatest fall ever in the history of mankind. And he proved to us that the glory does not lie in not falling, but in rising every single time we fall. Ladies and gentlemen, today as a Muslim Ummah, we have fallen into the darkness of ignorance. Our brothers and sisters are being killed in Gaza. We have forgotten our glory. History will write that the Egypt had River Nile, but Gaza died of thirst. History will write that the UAE had oils, but Gaza had no fuel for their ambulances. Saudis paid billions of dollars for their entertainment and parties, but Gaza had no food and shelter. Today, history will write that 49 Muslim countries had military alliances, but not even a single bullet ever reached Gaza. The scarred souls of Gaza still have the will to survive. The wounded hearts of millions of people still still are wrestling to get their life back. Despite all the failures, all the sufferings, the crushed carcasses of the people of Gaza are still grappling for the hope of freedom that shows us that the glory lies not in never falling, but in rising every single time we fall. So let's be Iqbal Shaheen. Despite descending to the lowest point in life, let us swiftly rise up again with a vigor and soar above adversity. Thank you.
You guys are truly amazing. Please give them a huge round of applause. They deserve it. Now it's time to announce the result of position holder students of English Speeches Competition SSC 2023. Are you ready? Okay. Now I would like to invite on stage the Honorable Chief Guest for prize distribution. इंटर का मेरे पास नहीं दोनों देंगे मैट्रिक इंटर का अभी दो वेट करें फिर मैं पूछता हूँ ओके Islamabad. टाइम है बीबी चले सर इधर आप अपना थोड़ा सा आ जाए सर
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रब कायनात के फजल करम से आज का इवेंट्स पाया तकमील को पहुंचा। सामीन मोहतरम, फेडरल बोर्ड की हमेशा ये कोशिश रही है कि स्टूडेंट्स की ग्रूमिंग के लिए ऐसे फंक्शन का इनेकाद किया जाए। एकेडमिक वीक भी उसी कोशिश का एक हिस्सा है और इसके रूह रवां डायरेक्टर रिसर्च जनाब मिर्ज़ा अली साहब हैं और उनकी टीम सैयद ज़ुल्फ़िकार अली शाह साहब, मैडम शबान आरिफ साहबा, नज़ीर साहब और भी जितनी टीम है, मैं उनको मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ कि उन्होंने बड़ी खुश असलूबी और एहसन तरीके से प्रोग्राम मुरतब किए। अभी 2 इवेंट्स बाकी हैं स्टीम एक्टिविटीज़ के, एसएससी लेवल पे और एचएससी लेवल पे, वो भी देखने की चीज़ होती है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। तो जज साहबान ने 2 मिनट्स मांगे हैं, अगर कोई स्टूडेंट्स कोई नगमा हो गए मुकम्मल? अच्छा, मेरे काबिल सद एहतराम सीनियर जज जो हमेशा हमें मोहब्बत और इज़्ज़त बख्शते हैं, अपने सब्जेक्ट में बहुत बड़ा मकाम रखते हैं। इस्लामाबाद में ये खुर्शीद की तरह किरणें बखेर रहे हैं। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ रियाज अंजम साहब से कि वो तशरीफ़ लाएं और चंद मिनट के लिए आपसे हम कलाम हों।
Thank you so much for your kind compliments. I would like just to share 2-3 words with the students. The common mistakes which we make in pronouncing the words. One of the students, all the speeches were very good, and it is always a privilege to get this opportunity to educate such brilliant students, and it always deepens this impression that our future is, inshallah, very bright with all these very brilliant students with us. There were few words, like one of the students, he pronounced this word beneficent. Some words are very simple, like we make it very difficult to call nutritious. It's very simple to say nutritious, delicious, nutritious. IOUS, we can pronounce it very easy, so why to give it that dip to make it nutritious? So always try to pronounce it in a very simple way that it is nutritious, all such words. Similarly, one of the students, resilience, that is resilience, that is not resilience. And similarly, they were forced to some sort of slavery, that is the word subjugated, not subject. Subject is something different, but there could be the words subjugated. Anyhow, it was very good, and I would like to extend my gratitude to the Federal Board, especially Sir Mirza Ali Khan, to give this wonderful opportunity, which at times we are unable to extend to our students. Like FDE has so many resources, it should organize such sort of competitions with almost 50 to 60 institutions, but I have that we are unable to at times do it, but Federal Board is doing it. Well done, sir. I am very grateful. Thank you.
I would like to invite on the stage the Honorable Chief Guest for prize distribution. Ma'am Shafaq or Sir Arshad.
बड़े ठहर
ठीक है मैं
SSC लेवल पर रिजल्ट आपके दिलों की धड़कनों संभाल के इंग्लिश में बोलिए स्टेट और मैट्रिक 3rd डिवीजन का ऐलान करें।
Okay. 3rd position secured Aisha Arif, Army Public School and College, Humayun Road, Rawalpindi. Third, second and first.
आयशा आरिफ तीसरी पोजीशन
3rd में है, 3rd अनाउंस किया है। Second position goes to Sayyid Zevin Shah, Army Public School, Boys and Girls, MSG, Lahore, Kent. First position secured Muhammad Ayan Ali, Dr. A.Q. Khan, School and College, Behiga Town, Phase 8, Islamabad.
जब हो जाए तो फिर इंटर
पहले थर्ड से स्टार्ट करूँ. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you. The result of position holder students of English speeches competition HSSC 2023. Third position goes to Sabiha Abid. Sabiha. Sabiha. Second position goes to Aqsa Farhad. KRL Model School for Girls, Kahuta, Rawalpindi.
और अक्सर को बता दो हमारा पिंडी
नहीं ये है राफेल. First position secured Rafia Iman, Fauji Foundation, CG, New Zalalal, Rawalpindi.
अभी कौमी तराने के लिए.
Okay.
उसके बाद विनर है ग्रुप फोटो के लिए.
ठीक है. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you so much. Okay. Please stand up for national anthem. Thank you.
स्टूडेंट्स आएंगे. जी बुला.
मैं कर देता हूँ. नेशनल एंथम. पाक सरज़मीन शादबा केश्वर हसीन शादबा तू निशाने अज़्मे आलीशान अर्ज़े पाकिस्तान मरकज़े यकीन शादबा पाक सरज़मीन का निज़ाम क़ुव्वते अवाम क़ौमुल सल्तनत पाइंदा ताबिंदाबाद शादबाद मंज़िले मुराद परचमे सितारा ओ हिला रहबरे तरक्की ओ कमाल तर्जुमाने माजी शाने हाल जाने इस्तक़बाल साये खुदाए ज़ुल जलाल.
थैंक यू सर. अब विनर से गुजारिश है कि वो स्टेज के सामने यादगार अपने ग्रुप फोटो के लिए तशरीफ़ लाएं और विनर से इंटरव्यू भी लिए जाएंगे. आईटी टीम पोजीशन होल्डर से गुजारिश है कि अपनी यादें कायम रखने के लिए ग्रुप फोटोज़ बनाने के लिए चीफ गेस्ट के पास तशरीफ़ ले आएँ. उसके बाद आईटी टीम उनसे इंटरव्यू लेगी जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल